I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandy.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Hello, good morning. I am not on it today. Hello. I'm running a couple minutes late. I'm so sorry. But you will be happy to know that the reason I am a few minutes late is because I have made 3 trips to the post office this morning. I woke up at 5 a.m. to get this done because it's been, I wish I had my sound effects. It's been 84 years, but we're getting our lives together, and I just got the 10K stuff all mailed out. If you have a mug, it is on the way. If you have a sticker, it is on the way. If you have a crown, it'll be on the way tomorrow, because that's why I had to make multiple trips to the post office. The crowns, I have like let me hide the address. Oh, I went blurry. I'm blurry. My camera's trying to find me. Whatever. Anyway, there I go. So I have the cards with all the stuff, and I have the crowns set out, but the little envelopes that I had to put them in there were not big enough. So I went back to the post office this morning, and the little self-service thingy or whatever, because they're not open yet, the little self-service thingy did not have anything that I could use that's the right size. So everything is on the way except for the crowns. Those I have to go back when I can find, when they're actually there and they're open and it's not the self-service thing, so that I can get something big enough to fit them. But I went and bought the postage and all the other stuff for everything else that was waiting on. And then I got all of the mugs ordered from the website and got those sent out to you. Everything else is on the way. It's been, whose idea was this whole 10K thing? But I'm glad we did it anyway. So we're running a little bit late this morning. And by we, I mean and you can see I haven't brushed my hair. There's no makeup. There's no, I mean, who are we fooling? There's hardly ever makeup anyway. But I realized that I look like I just rolled out of bed. I did roll out of bed about 4 hours ago, but I've been running nonstop since then. So this is where we're at. Before I forget, let's say hello, the tailgaters. Hoodies in the mail too. Hoodies in the mail too. Welcome to our tailgaters. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you. And that's not, but wait, there's more. Because obviously I'm not on. Are you throwing things? What's your problem, dude? Come here. You want a treat? Come here. It would not be me if I didn't run behind on everything. So our mod of the week, now that it's Thursday, in my defense, I wasn't here Monday. And then Tuesday we had a very short stream. And then yesterday, I have no excuse, but I forgot to show this yesterday because I need to set an alarm to remind myself to show it. Because then when I think about showing it, then we're always like in the middle of testimony and then I can't like stop testimony to show it. But today, I remembered I put it up yesterday during testimony. I was like, I'm going to do it first thing in the morning. So I literally left it up on my screen all day yesterday and all night so that I would not forget to say hello and congratulations to our mod of the week. And also to our mod of the week, I am sorry that it's Thursday and you're getting your mod of the week crown now. But maybe Thursday should be the day that we say hello to the mod of the week. It just gets later and later. It started on a Monday. We went to a Tuesday. The next week was a Thursday. Next week, it's like you get like an extra day every week. You get an extra day because I can't keep up with my own life at this point in time. That's okay. But you know who can? You know who can't keep up with their lives? Our mods. Dallas born, Boston bred, mod of the week. I appreciate you so much. Oh, these mods, y'all, I would be lost without them. Thank you so much for everything you do. We appreciate you. And I have also appreciated you Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. However, you just couldn't tell because I'm just now showing this. But I did appreciate you on those days as well. So congratulations to you. We all love you. We all appreciate you. Thank you for not deserting me when I am constantly showing you that I'm batshit crazy. All right, so who's ready for today? Are we ready? Are we ready for today? I am. Let's see. I don't think the stream has started yet. Nope, it hasn't started yet. So I've got my eyes. I got my eyes on it so we can watch it. If you have not seen this trial, and by this trial I mean yesterday, if you missed yesterday, because we watched both days of the trial yesterday, and it was a wild one. It was so wild. It was so wild. And I had some anger issues, but we're working through them. Listening to this doofus testify, I got mad. There may have been some snarky comments. I'm known sometimes for having a little snark. That's okay. We're working through it. But more importantly, maybe not more important than snark, but also just as important as snark, he's an idiot. So his story did not make sense. We were all frustrated. We were all mad. And we were all in this together, mad at him together. So that was lovely that we were all like, you know, like hoping he fell out of his chair and stuff. But today they are going to do the charging instructions. We are going to do the you weren't talking. Oh, with the snark? No, I look, I know y'all know my snark and y'all are accepting of my snark. What is it is it Lindsay Hendricks that says spicy brandy is her favorite brandy? Anyone heard of speed reading? Brandy has a speed trialing. Yes, speed trialing, which is actually, it was really nice. I loved being able to, and yes, I did take my medicine. I realize I'm all over the place, but I just took it as the intro was coming on. So give me 20 minutes and I'll be normal again. Unmedicated brandy. But I really liked being able to like fast forward through all the, like as if I'm pressing the button. Being able to fast forward through all of the, you know, when they have the scissors out and they're opening the stuff, being able to fast forward through that is incredible. Let me tell you, not having to listen to that crinkle in the microphone as they're opening stuff that we don't, you know, And like, I don't know whose idea it is to wrap things like that. Like, and I realize, like, chain of command and like it has to be, but I mean, let's get them like a head start on it. Like if you're going to bring it in and they're going to be opening it right in front of a microphone, let's go ahead and like take a box cutter, just like slit that tape, just go ahead and, make it like, let us, like, help me help you. No, they don't. They're just gonna. But the good thing about catching up and like coming in late is that we get to fast forward, like that little 5-second button. Man, I love that thing. I wish we had it in real life. Although most conversations people try to have with me, I would be like, somebody talks to me like, oh, no. Probably not a good idea, maybe, now that I think about it. But it's wonderful for the trials. And being able to skip through the breaks and being able to, instead of like staring at their state seal the whole time. Not that there's anything wrong with the Texas state seal. Love it. Think it's, it's one of my top 50 favorite state seals. But, instead of having to stare at that the whole time, it would be nice to, be able to do this in every trial, to just move it on along and, get to the meat of the testimony. So I really, really enjoyed doing it late. And it was like speed dating was very much like speed trial, rear speed trialing, because, oops, they're starting it now. Let me get it going. We really did make it through an entire trial in one day. That was incredible. Let's see. Speaking of their state seal, it's lovely. It's a lovely state seal. It is. They're not passing out flowers in their state seal like they are in mine, but, it's in the top 50 state seals. So, I'm going to get, like, we have so many people here from Texas, too. I'm going to get, like, all these letters like, I can't believe you said top 50. At least I didn't say bottom 50. We have a big day today, though. They're going to do the charge conference. So, which is actually going to be, like I said yesterday, it can be kind of, let me slide on over. I'm at my brother's dining room table. So every once in a while, like I end up sliding over here, and then I realize like I'm like off camera. I'm just talking. This is a good thing about my rolly chair. But anywho, they're going to do the charging conference, which can be kind of boring. However, it's going to be a big deal in this case, because the whole reason defense is taking this to trial and is trying to push for anything is because they are hoping that they are going to convict him of a lesser charge instead of the premeditated murder. So we need to pay attention when they're doing the charging conference and see exactly how they're wording that that specific jury instruction. Once we hear how they're wording it, we'll do a poll to see if you think that they're going to do the premeditated or if they're going to do the lesser charge. I think that we all pretty much have our minds made up, according to the poll yesterday, especially we were all like, it was like 90-something% or like, we wouldn't even have to leave the jury box to vote. We'd just be like, all in favor of sending him to his forever home. Yep. And then be done with it. But, not the way the judicial system works. I don't know if the victims' families stayed in the courthouse for everything yesterday. I hope not, because the screaming and, all of that, I hope that they didn't have to sit through that. Those videos were pretty tough. Think about how tough it was for us to listen to. So think about how much harder it would be, for them to listen to and have to hear it. So I hope that they were spared that and did not stay for that. But if they're there today, this will be a good day for them to be able to see justice carried through. It's not one of those things that will give closure, you know, like this is never going to be a closed chapter for them. This is, you know, this man took something, you know, from so many people that loved these two victims, and they are, you know, their lives are never going to be the same. So I don't want to refer to it as closure, but it's one of those things that is putting an end to this specific chapter. You know what I mean? Like putting him away and having this part, having the trial part behind them is, you know, is going to be good for them. Seeing, when I was sitting behind Dan's family when the verdict was read, and seeing Ruth and Phil and Shelley, like, you could tell like they were, I mean, I think we were all holding our breath, but after 3 hours, we all kind of knew it was going to be guilty, but you never know. Seeing them like that relief, you know, that sigh of like, oh, thank God it's over, you know, and the right thing has happened. Seeing that with them was an emotional moment. Like, I got really teary-eyed watching their reactions. I'm literally sitting directly behind them. Like, I'm on the bench. I'm, you know, 2 feet from them. And seeing their reaction was really emotional, because it really is just this reminder of how important this is to these victims' families. And, you know, we go through that so much when we're watching these trials together. Like, we'll watch the victims' families and, you know, just pray for them to have that moment of relief. And so I am praying for that for the families involved here too. It's just that, you know, moment of, you know, thank God at least this part is behind us, and you kind of move on to your next chapter of healing, you know, as much as you can. It's one of the things that makes the justice system so interesting to me is, you know, being able to see that part carried through for the families. So, oh yes. And we did learn you can go head on up to Mickey D's and get you a McHand gun with your 10-piece nuggets. Lord help. In my day, they gave out, like, you know, Pez dispensers and like little plastic toys in the Happy Meals, but, you know, to each their own. Like, think, you know, these are different times. So, oh well. Lynn, good morning. I'm working on Christmas ornaments for my shop, but I have 13th juror playing throughout my store, so I will not miss a minute. Yes. You want me to sing Christmas carols to you? Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. Maybe I shouldn't sing. Maybe not the best idea. I'm singing in spirit. Good morning. Carolyn says, good morning, everyone. I've got 3 of my grandkids till tomorrow, so we'll see how much of this I can watch. Oh, yay. Grandkids. Bless it. Lucy's got her, she's have anger issues over there right now. She's got her little toy, and she's got her little stuffed flip-flop that she got from one of her many trips to the P.O. box when people send her gifts. Did you get it? Go get it. Go get it. Show that flip-flop who's boss. I know. You're very ferocious. Her little nubs wagging. She's over there. She put the flip-flop in her mouth, and she's like, she gets anger issues from her mama. Good morning. Oh, he acted like he was proud of it. Ugh. Canyon says, let's get this over by lunch. Yes. Did we talk about the pistol whipping as a push present? Okay, that's another thing. When did push presents become a thing? I tell you what, I was glad to be a young mom, because Lord knows my patience ain't what it used to be, and now my youngin's out of the house, and so I can be old and ornery all by myself with just me and my dog. I'm not equipped at this point in my mental health to be able to tolerate a youngin'. So I'm thankful for that part of being a young mom. However, there's all this stuff now that wasn't around when I was young. Like when I was giving birth, we didn't have gender reveal parties. Like our gender reveal party was like you go and they're like, oh, I see some equipment, or they don't, and then that was your gender reveal party. And then you know, call your mom and them and tell them if there's equipment or not. That was gender reveal party. Now there's like, you know, airplanes with pink and blue smoke and, you know, stuff popping everywhere and all this stuff. And there's push presents. When did that start? People getting push presents. The only push present I got was a dang 10-pound baby. Not that, you know, he's the best push present there is. However, you know, nice handbag or something. Earrings would have been nice too. But look, I'm still glad to be a young mom because I'm 40 and, you know, my kids that are still having to get babysitters and stuff to go out and go to, you know, carpool lane in the morning and stuff. I'm like, I'll holler at y'all. I can call mine to come get me from, you know, Taco Tuesday with the girls. Totally different life. What are you into now? She's not used to having this much room. And so she's just, oh, you got your bone? Good girl. She's just wandering around messing stuff up. Well, Tanner Joy, a push present is apparently what you get when you push out a youngin'. It's some of that new age stuff. We didn't get that. And what if you didn't push it out? Good point. I guess that would be a... I mean, it's still the same thing. History and Crime Ron says it took me a few minutes to figure out what the push meant. Need more coffee. Yeah, push present, like pushing out a youngin'. Hi. Are you over your anger issues for today? You ready to be cute again? Oh, good. Okay. Roxy says push presents are for influencers. I tell you what. Some of these people, their online lives are an old friend of mine. She's an influencer. Let me not say nothing. She watches this. Let me just say, influencers' lives are not, it's not, it ain't real life. What is a baby? What's a baby moon? What's a baby moon? What's a baby moon? What did I miss? Oh, it's like a honeymoon? Going on a trip or something before the baby. What? That's a thing now too? When did that start? See, all this stuff, moms have it made now. Not really, because look, I still wouldn't trade it. That's a whole lot of crap to have to keep up with, ain't it? poll. We're gonna do a poll. Okay. Did you have what's it called? A baby moon? A gender reveal party? What's the other thing that's weird? Oh, or a push present. When you or your significant other had a baby. I'm gonna do a poll. I've never heard of a baby moon either. That's a new one for me. Roxy says, I wouldn't want to go on a trip pregnant. I would want to drink and enjoy my time. Yeah, I mean, look, I went into labor on Labor Day, y'all. And Jacob was a 10-pound baby. He was like a toddler. He's like like a baby calf. I was pregnant. So, like, I went into labor on Labor Day, so I was pregnant. I was living in Milledgeville, Georgia. This is when, that's where I went to college. I had this little bitty house, like little cottage type house, little bitty tiny house, right on the lake. And so I'd go out there to my dock, and I was like, if you can't tone it, tan it. So I'd go out there, my big old belly in a bikini. I was like, if I'm going to be as big as a whale, I'm going to be a tan whale. So I'd go out there floating. It was too hot to do anything else. You can't do nothing in summer if you're in Georgia summer, pregnant, then if there was ever anybody that deserved a push present, it's a pregnant woman in Georgia summers. But I would go out there because it's too hot to do anything else. Miserable. I go out there and float around the lake on my float, my big old belly. RDB says, I had to wait 20 years to get a honeymoon and not a single baby moon. It's a ripoff. So I've been married twice. And my first marriage, we were together forever. So we thought, like, that's, what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get married. And we did do a honeymoon. We went on a cruise. But I was very old-fashioned, like we didn't live together or anything before we got married. So my very first time ever spending more than 2 nights in a row with him, we were on a boat in the middle of the ocean together in a room this big for 8 days. Room is this big. First time ever spending more than 2 days with him. Middle of the ocean with nowhere to go. Bad idea. My second marriage, I was like, well, I'll do the opposite of what I did the first time. The first time I got married, we've been together for a long time. It was like the logical thing to do. Second time I was like, well, go with emotions. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. Went to the courthouse. I tried to back out of it on the way there, but he wouldn't let me because he had told his dad and his dad was coming. So I cried. I was texting my mom like, I don't know. I tried to back out of it on the way there. He wouldn't let me. And I cried. Not good tears while we were doing it. And then I got this nervous laughter. So then I'm like laughing like this is stupid and ridiculous. And then we went fishing. There was no honeymoon. We just went fishing. I did catch a big fish that day. Not the husband. He was a throwback. But the bass was a keeper. I'm captivating how the gender reveal is very small though. I think those are cool. I started seeing them originally when it was like people were like cutting the cake and the cake would be like either pink or blue. And then it all of a sudden turned into like, people skydiving, and when their parachute opened, you would see if it was pink or blue. Just like the most crazy things. Very over the top. Oh, my Jacob was 9 pounds, 16 ounces too. Oh. Dane says, when does court begin? Well, they told the jurors to be there at 9, so we're waiting. We're waiting. There's movement in the courtroom, but I don't know when we're actually going to be able to hear anything. Holly Mac says, I didn't even know the genders until born. They wouldn't tell us. My mom didn't know if I was going to be a boy or a girl until they had me. And I was born on Christmas Eve. And, you know, this is back in the 80s. And I was born on Christmas Eve. And so my grandparents, like, when they found out I was a girl, because it's just me and my brother, and he's older. So they had a boy. So when they found out I was a girl, they were all excited. So my grandparents were like out on Christmas Eve in the 80s trying to find everything pink that they could find. And I guess not a lot of stuff was open on Christmas Eve in the 80s. Ashley says, when I was having children, you had no ultrasound. It was a surprise when you delivered. French fry, yeah, I didn't have, they actually ended up trying to do an epidural on me and couldn't. So I had 10-pound baby natural. Probably why he's only one. That poll is fair for y'all fellers too, Ricky Watson, because that's because it's you or your significant other if y'all had any of that stuff. That's what my mama used to do. She said she would dig holes in the sand, put her belly in there. She'd have my daddy dig her holes in the sand. I want to make sure I didn't escape. I tried. My gender reveal was a text to my husband. Lindsay Hendricks says, y'all remember the couple that started a wildfire from a gender reveal? Ooh, really? Like a big one? Me and my ex-wife got married on the steps of the Supreme Court in DC. That's kind of cool. Oh, you're a Christmas Eve baby too? Happy almost birthday. It sucks, don't it? Nobody remembers. Everybody's out of town. Everything's closed. Never had a birthday party. Ricky Watson gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Ricky Watson. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You get a membership. You get a membership. You get a membership. Thank you, Ricky Watson. I think I think we should be able to do like showers and gender reveals and stuff for the fur babies too. How fun would that be? I'd much rather go to one of those than, you know, one for, or, I mean, nothing against real babies. They're cute and all till they, you know, start talking. But fur babies are always cute. And they don't talk back, and they're so much nicer. And they don't tell you that you look 100 years old. Have you seen the dog maternity photo shoots? Oh my gosh. I still have not gotten Lucy fixed. Like, I have gone back and forth about it because I'm like, oh my gosh, like it would be amazing to have like another little one of her. But then I also know like there's so many dogs that need to be adopted. So, you know, to have her have one, but I still have not been able to bring myself to get her fixed. And then I was like, I saw those and I was like, oh my gosh, could you imagine Lucy in a little like maternity session with her big old belly? Not anytime soon. A sweet little innocent girl. I had a birthday party for her. June 3rd is her birthday. She's a big girl. But my kid tells me that Lucy's the favorite child. I go, yeah. She don't give me gray hair like he does. Welcome, welcome. I'm new to 13th Juror. I've been watching since yesterday. Well, oh, you picked a good time to start. It's a crazy trial. Crazy, crazy trial. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Oh my gosh. We do birthday parties for our pumpkin complete with a pup cup. That's cute. You know what's funny? There's this little ice cream shop that we walk by when I'm taking Lucy on her walks. Not here, but at my place. And there's like the little ice cream shop. It's like this, there's an ice cream shop on one side and then like a pizza place on the other where you can go in and like buy pizza by the slice, and they're both really good. But she knows that she can get a little pup cup of the, you know, little thing of vanilla ice cream with the whipped cream on it. And when we are walking by, she's fine. When we are coming back and she knows we're about to go home, she will sit in that park. Like she will sit down no matter how much I keep telling her, like, come on. And like, you know, tugging at her leash and all that. She'll sit there. She'll have her harness on, you know, and like, it'll sit there and tug at her. And she's like, I ain't moving. You're going to go in there and get us a pup cup. And they know it. Like they'll see me walking by and they'll be like, Lucy's going to make her come in. So then they'll have it like ready for me when we come back through. She's a bossy thing. So bossy. She's like, you ain't going nowhere till we get that pup cup. And she'll like, and her little back legs are so fluffy. So when she sits down, it just looks like her fat little tush is just sitting there like, no, we ain't going nowhere. Oh, it's so funny. She's really bad. She's a bad dog. Very bossy. Hello, Diane. Hello. Aaron Morgan gifted a membership. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. New members. New members. Thank you, Aaron. When our daughter was born, I said to my wife, "Oh, it's a boy," because she looked like her brother. The doctor immediately said I needed to go to school and learn the difference between boys and girls. Oh, look, when I had Jacob, he ended up, there was a lot of complications because he was so big. And then they put he had like a little IV that they tried to put in his foot, and they missed his vein, and it pumped his chunky little leg full of fluid. He ended up in NICU and stuff. It was a disaster. And I remember when I walked into like the nursery area before they ended up putting him in NICU. I walked in the nursery area where there's like, they have like the things where like it's all the different babies. And I walked in and I had like this, well, they wheeled me in. I had this moment of panic. I was like, oh my gosh, what if I don't know which one is mine? Like, I was so scared I was going to walk in, and I'm like looking at the babies like, what if I don't know which one's mine? And then they're going to tell me like, oh, if you can't even pick yours out of the litter, then, you need to get on home and we're going to give him to somebody who deserves them. I like all these, but that's the thing about being a, 20-year-old, 21-year-old mom is that like, you just think you're going to ruin everything. But then I saw my nose and I was like, oh, look at the little chunky cheeks. My nose. There he is. My blue eyes. He looks just like me. My kid looks just like me. Just like me. Can you see the poll results? Yes, I will end it now. Let's see. 93%. Oh, 92% said no, never had a baby moon, a gender reveal party, or a push present when you or significant other had a baby. Crazy. Jen gives it a membership. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Debbie's here said, just finished catching up on yesterday's stream. Wow, that's some tough footage to watch. Yeah, those videos were tough, weren't they? So sad. Sonia, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Squattish. Not Squattish. Scottish squirrel. Harder to say than it sounds. Say that 5 times fast. Haley says my gender reveal was bigger than my baby shower. What kind did you do? How'd you reveal it? Oh, goodness. Becky, yeah, good point. I wonder how much the fool taking the stand blew up the defense's closing. Yeah, I mean, now they have to try to work in what he said to their closing. We have audio. Quit tapping the microphone. Becky, welcome to the family. Stop tapping the microphone, bro. Check. Check. He says check.
I don't think so. I think we don't have him there.
It might be a good reason for me to go.
I'll go with you. Oh, I'm with you. I sure will.
Take me too, Judge.
These are things maybe they could have had done before. Becky, welcome. Welcome to the family. You live here now. This is where you live. This is where we hang out all day, every day. Kayla D, we had a smoke firework. We lit it and it was blue smoke. Oh, that's cool. Emily Looney says, this is such a tragic case, but this morning on GRNI, Kathy had me rolling with laughter, talk about comic relief. Yeah, that's one good thing about, like, I love Kathy's videos because this stuff is obviously really difficult, but like you can, you know, find the humor in the ridiculous part of it. And Lord knows she does that. So funny. Good morning. Good morning. Gosh, I'm yawning. Yes, it is just starting. We're waiting on them to get started, actually. He has checked the microphone. He has tapped it like this right in my eardrum and then gone check, 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 check. And now we're just waiting. I never did professional pregnancy photos either. I was like, my belly was, I didn't want any pictures. Any pictures that like my mom took some pictures and stuff, and every picture I looked pissed off at her, like, get the camera out of my face. Good morning. Good morning. New name, Sangha. Good morning. Good morning. Sonia says, all I did was scream and baby popped out. I was in labor for 84 years. They didn't know how big Jacob was going to be, though, so there was all kinds of problems. I kept telling them I was like, he's going to be a big youngin'. I was like, my dad is 6'8". All of my uncles are between like 6'5" to 6'8". My brother's like 6'4", 6'5". Jacob's on his father's side too. His dad was 6'3"-ish, something. I mean, like, big men all within my family. I knew he was gonna be big. Roxy says 20 hours of labor just for my daughter to come out looking just like her daddy. That's funny. How tall am I? I'm like 5'9", like 5'8.5", 5'9". I've always loved being tall, except jeans are really hard to find because my legs are so long. That makes it hard. Everything's too short. We're not on a break yet. They actually haven't even really got going yet. We're still kind of waiting on them. My boys are 6'4", 250, and 6'5", 220. Tall, handsome babies. Yeah, Jacob, like my kid is 6'4" now. He might be 6. I think he's 6'4" now. He's a big old boy. but he looks just like me. I think I've showed, hold on, let me pull this up. I think I showed this picture once before. It's like a side by side. Me and my kid when he was a little bit younger. Yeah, this is my kid and me. Like, obviously that's when he was younger, but twins, right? Oh, you're 6'1", you can tell me all the places to go. Yes, tell me. Maurice's, Buckle, and what's the other one that I get my long jeans at? There's one other place that they have like the extra, extra tall. Twins. Yeah, it's them Churchwell jeans, y'all. I like all the Churchwells, we all look alike. I've never tried good American jeans, but I actually really want to. I have really wide hips too. And so I always get like that weird like waist gap thing. So it's like trying to find extra length and something to fit over birth and hips. Jeans are hard. Ooh, Gap. I haven't tried Gap in forever. Good morning. Good morning. See, Katie says I'm short, so everything is too long. Yeah, my mom is short too. My mom is like 5'4". So everything's always too short for her and too long for me. Or too short for me and too long for her. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. At what age did Jacob match my height? I think he was in like 7th grade. Ish. Like he's always been bigger than everybody else in his grade. And he was like 6'2" by the time he was 16. And he's like 6'4" now. A 5'4" is short for my family. My mom is like because think about like my dad was 6'8", my brother's like 6'4"-ish. I'm like 5'9". And then there's my mom. We always used to joke like she's easy to crop out of pictures if we just do from like here up for the rest of us. We didn't do that though. Lisa Dempsey says, my son is in 7th and he'll be taller than me by the end of the school year. He's 5. I think he was in like, let me ask him. He'll know. He remembers years better than I do. What year were you my height? Ask him. He remembers all that stuff. I get years confused. And not him though. He's like, I remember this one time when I was in 7th grade and we went to this ice cream place and you went and did this and this and this. And like he remembers years so much better than me. my brain doesn't it doesn't like organize things like that. I don't remember years that things happened unless it's like a major event that I had to like remember the date on. Like buying a house, you write to the year 742 times when you're signing paperwork to buy a house. So like I remember the years that I bought, you know. Jacob's like, good morning. It's like, oh yeah, good morning. But also, what year were you my height? Valley of the Giants at Brandy's house. Yes. And my uncles too, like my uncles on my mom's side and my dad's side are all, I have one uncle that's a little bit shorter, but the rest of them, like my mom's brother is maybe 6'6". He's the one who played for Alabama. He played for Bear Bryant. And then my dad's side, they're all like 6'5" to 6'8" ish. I keep seeing their heads popping up. I'm like waiting on them to start talking to us. Let us know something. Oh, yeah, good point. Bacon Bit has ADHD. Time blindness is definitely a thing with that diagnosis. That's a good point. I can remember specific things about moments, but I can't organize them into time. Sandra Oliver, they have not done closing arguments yet. They told them to be there at 9, so we have been here waiting on them to get going. Oh my goodness, speaking of signing, I found that schools are not teaching penmanship in schools and kids don't know how to sign their names. Can you imagine when they buy a house? Oh, wow. No. What does it mean to play for Bear Bryant? It's Bear Bryant. What sports ball game or instrument is that? He was a football coach for University of Alabama. He is actually, my uncle played for him in was like 78 or something when they won the championship, but it's Paul, his nickname is Bear, but it's Paul Bear Bryant. But he's like considered one of the like greatest Jacob like one of the greatest college football coaches ever. But he died like a month after I was born or something, and like my family was like devastated. Every time they walk by, I was like, something's about to happen. Something's about to happen. See? It's all making sense. Good morning. I did not forget to say that, and I won't say that. Saban, Saban's the best thing to happen to Bama since, since Bear Bryant left. But Saban's a really good coach. Of course, my dogs have got them back-to-back natties. Wow, one of my granddaughters is teaching herself to write in cursive from YouTube since they don't teach it in school. She's in high school. That's crazy. That is crazy. How do they not teach it? My kid went to a guy that works in the same kitchen as, or used to work in the same kitchen as him. He went to his house last night and he said that that the guy gave him some chicken pot pie. He made chicken pot pie. And he's talking about how good it was. And that's one of my kid, that's one of his favorite things that I make. And I'm like, wait, it's not better than mine, is it? Guess who ain't getting a Christmas present? Just joking. Dean says, I was in the Army in Anniston, Alabama when Bryant died. The whole state was in mourning. Yeah, it was like I've heard about my family, how hard they took it. See, all you Bama fans are always trying to take credit for Kirby. You know, Kirby played at Georgia before he went and worked at Alabama, right? So he didn't teach him everything he knows. Bama always wants to take credit for Kirby. You can appreciate a coach and still hate the team. Dallas Cowboys, for instance, hate the team with fire 10 sons. Tom Landry is legendary. Now, I liked the Cowboys when it was like, oh God, I don't want to say Tony Romo because it makes me think of Thommy and his Tony Romo jersey. But like when it was like that team where it was like Terrell Owens and Jason Witten and Tony Romo, even though now I can't say anything about him without thinking about Thommy. But I love Jason Witten. And Terrell Owens is a heck of a player. But even then, they were like a letdown team. There's ads on TV for Christmas now. Yeah, they start putting the Christmas decorations and stuff out like right after Labor Day. It's insane. Emmett Smith. Jason Witten is from my hometown. It says, I like Jason Witten a lot. You know who else I love? Who's actually like, you know, doing a dang good job right now. I love Deion Sanders too. Neon Deion, prime time. I loved me some Deion Sanders. But now he's doing good. He's doing all right. I just love him. But when he used to play for the Falcons, but see, that was the thing that was so cool about him. Wait, is he married? He's married to a Real Housewife? I don't know. I have no idea. But he was cool because he played for the Falcons and the Braves. Like, how many people, you know, can say that? And being from Georgia, it's like, it was cool. Hello. Hi, here from Icked Mill. Hello. East Texas. Oh, you're Texas too? Did you get to watch with us yesterday? This is a Texas trial. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Oh yeah, he's on the Neon Deion. He's on the Affleck commercials with Saban. I've seen a couple of those. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're, especially being from Texas, if you didn't get to see yesterday, I was gonna tell you, oh, we gotta catch up. Yesterday was a wild one. Wild one. So now we're just waiting on them to get going today. But he told them, he's like, you know, be here 9 a.m. sharp. So we were all here. There's movement in the courtroom. But we don't know where they're at. So we're just waiting. Tracy Edmonds. Why do I recognize that name? Who's Tracy Edmonds? That name sounds familiar. Witten was clutch. I like Jason Witten. I like Jason Witten and I like Terrell Owens. I thought both of them were pretty impressive. Babyface's ex-wife and Deion's longtime girlfriend. I guess I've heard her name somewhere through them. Was this guy guarded at the hospital? No. Nope. But he was like, he had violated parole and stuff. So he was locked up for cutting off his ankle monitor. He was locked up for, I think they said like 100 days or something. And then he was let back out. He was on house arrest and he had a curfew, or not a curfew, but he had a monitor and he wasn't supposed to leave, but they allowed him to leave. They gave him permission to go to the hospital, and look what happened. Ugh. But thank goodness that that one officer was able to shoot him in the leg. Could you imagine if he hadn't have done that and got him hopping back on in that room? Like, who knows what else he would have done. So sad. Senseless. Let's see. The first nurse that ran out of the room bleeding and the nurse that was in the room both passed. Who were the two? Yeah, it was a nurse and a social worker. So sad. The nurse is the one that was in the room. The social worker was the one that was around the corner. I don't even think he had, like, I think with the nurse that was in the room, she was the target. It was literally in the back of her head. I mean, that shot was like straight on in the back of her head. So, and he's like, oh, she was breaking up scruffle. He's full of it. He's full of it. That goes against everything that we know about the wound. But with the other one, he says, it's so stupid. He's like, oh, it's like when you break your mom's coffee mug and you get nervous and you just want to cause a distraction. So he shot outside the door. Make it make sense. I honestly thought his testimony was a prank. I've never hollered with laughter so much. He was kicking and yeah, like the way that he was talking and him saying, and she was like, oh no, don't do that. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 is the new yada yada yada. Ugh. He made no sense. And then talking about his undercarriage, you know, having issues, and it was literally like one of those, like, it was like a Saturday Night Live skit. Like, you think there's no way that this is actually happening in real life. But he was serious. Oh my gosh, Dream Lander, no. Can you imagine the court reporter having to record all the way? I want to see those transcripts because I want to see how she spelled woo woo woo. Is it like W-O-O? W-H-O-O? W-U? W-E? How'd she spell that? And it burns when he peed. Too much information. Too much. I'd have kept that. There are some things that you just don't need to tell the whole world. There are some things you just don't need. Like, the whole entire world don't need to know that you got them issues going on down there. Ugh. Ugh. Bless it. I don't get it. And that was his That's what his justification was on how he thought that she was cheating. Because it burns when he pees. Lord help. Good morning. Woo is normally where the crime was committed. We were driving along and this other car pulled up by us and woo, so we took off out of there. Yes. Ugh. It's crazy. It's afternoon. Where are you at, Jeannie O'Brien? Where's the afternoon at? Hello. You ain't missed nothing yet. They hadn't even come on yet. We're still waiting. Still waiting. You did miss us talking about burning undercarriages. Not ours. The defendants. So gross. I love that Dino Kelly's basically here this every day. Yeah, we told him he can't leave now. Once you become a member, this is where you live. It's where you're here now. Every time they walk by, I'm like, oh, this is it. We're about to get going. And then they just fake us out. Did they lose the convict? Could you imagine? Sorry, I had to mute y'all. Now I have an inpatient EEG scheduled for 4 days in March. I was taking you guys to the hospital with me. Oh, that reminds me. When is my PET scan? I think it's like next week. Is using meth socially a thing? No! He's a moron. No. No. Okay, let's see what we got going on next week. Next week we have the Ferreter sentencing is the 16th, I believe. That's on Thursday. It's the week after that I have PET scan. And then the week after that, Alec Murdaugh. Well, if you don't get it delayed, the Murdaugh trial for the Satterfield stuff is supposed to be starting on the 27th. If you don't get it delayed. But next Thursday is Ferreter sentencing, and let's see. Gareth Pursehouse, his sentencing is December 6th. We have, oh, that's oncology. That's not what. Fami, his hearing is January 4th. We got stuff coming up, y'all. Gosh, it's already November. Y'all, this year's almost over. It's crazy. Sarah Boone was delayed again. So, no clue. Last I looked, they have not set a date for Ferreters, for Mama Ferreter. You know she's shaking in her boots. Courtney Clinty, that one got delayed too. Let me look and see if, because that one was one I was planning on, covering, and it got delayed again. Let me see if they've given an updated court date. We have movement, and we're back to the seal. The last I saw was a couple months ago when they were saying that they wanted it resolved as soon as possible, but they had a date set, and then it got, for October, I think, and then it got delayed. Yeah, see, the only thing that I'm seeing is still end of this year or beginning of 2024, but I still don't see an exact date. But that one's definitely one that I plan on covering. I was thinking it was going to be in October, but how many days is this case in? This one that we're doing now? It only took 2 days, and we watched both days yesterday because we were fast forwarding through everything. Fast forwarding. Fast forwarding. Yeah, everything that I've said or seen has said the same thing, that like there's not an exact date, but because originally it was supposed to be October. Everything was supposed to be in October. Sarah Boone was supposed to be in October. Melly's retrial was supposed to be in October. That's a whole big mess in itself. And I don't know what else. Everything. Y'all behave. Salty. Yeah, we'll definitely do that one. I just got to find out when it is. I wanted to do Caitlin Armstrong too, but then when they said that they're only doing the openings and closings and the verdict, I was like, well, dang. But Gigi's doing a great job of. Are you kidding me? Why is there a chainsaw going? I'll be right back. Chainsaw. Karen reads in March. Ugh. Always people working wherever I go. Wherever I go. Hello, Casey Smith, coming in late. Jen says, that's so neat. Did not know we had someone working homicides in here. Wow. Yeah, he was the lead detective on Thami's case. Thami. One of my least favorites. Lucy has noticed the dude in the yard and now she's not happy. It's all right, Luce. Sarah Boone is going to take a stand and I am here for it. Some of these people that take the stand. Shouldn't. They should not be allowed to speak at all. But there they go, just a speaking. Let's see. Creative by EJF. I caught the replay of this whole trial with you last night while I couldn't sleep, and you weren't wrong. This is wild. It is, ain't it? This one's wild. It is not normal. We aren't in verdict watch yet. I don't know what is taking them so long. I mean, they've been there for an hour and 20 minutes and they still hadn't even turned on audio or anything, so I don't know what they're doing. We're waiting on closing arguments and stuff. I'm not convinced that the Sarah Boone trial will ever happen. I mean, it's been delayed so much. Hope they aren't trying to work out a deal. I don't think there's any way they would offer him a deal after him taking the stand yesterday, because this is like a slam dunk for them now. Like slam dunk. That's basketball, Kathy. Sports ball, she says. Regina Crawford gifted a membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Regina Crawford. Thank you, thank you. See, there's so much activity. I keep thinking, and I'm like, they're coming for us. And then they just leave us out here. Him taking a stand convinced me that he was still angry with the baby's mama and felt that it was justified. That's how it seemed to me too, because he's like, he kept making it out to be like it was, you know, stuff she did. Like, nah, bro, you pulled that trigger. It made me really angry though when his attorney said something to him about the woman who got shot or who ended up getting shot or whatever he said. No, the woman that you shot. That's how that sentence should work. The woman that you shot, not the woman who ended up getting shot. The woman who you shot. I'll say this, for as much as I have trouble fixing my face and with my snarky little outbursts and all that, I did real good when I was in the courtroom for Charlie Adelson, because I did not, okay, I saw myself on camera and there were some times when I did not fix my face. I will admit that. I will own up to it. However, not once did I like spit a spitball at him. Not once did I like throw anything or yell out like, you know, lying murder or none of that. I did pretty good. I was pretty well behaved. I was better behaved than the nodder. So, I mean, just throwing that out there. It's pretty good. Held it together well for trial. I think I did. I think I was pretty well behaved. There were a few times though when I was like, there's a couple times where you can see, because okay, when you're sitting in the courtroom, you don't know if the camera's on you or not. It looks like just like a camera that's like mounted on the wall back there behind the whoever's testifying. And it's like just a black thing. Like, you know, you can't see where it's pointing. You don't know when it's pointing at anybody. You have no idea. So it's not like you're like, oh, the camera's on me, I better behave. It's always there. And because it doesn't move or anything, or you can't see it moving or anything, because it's like behind this little thing, you can't see it moving. You don't know when it's on you. It doesn't light up, none of that. So you just forget that it's there because you don't know. And so there were a couple times when it did catch me, but overall, I did pretty good. There were a couple times when I rolled my eyes, and people sent me screenshots of that. When Georgia made the joke about, oh, you gave us that puzzle piece. And I was like, that got caught on camera. But overall, I was pretty well behaved. Yes, Candace is going to be going, more than likely going to the Lori Vallow Daybell trial in Arizona, which is so exciting because that was the very first trial that I live streamed. So, not the Arizona one, obviously, but, so I'm really excited for that one. And Candace will be our inside scoop. Activity. Sonia says, I don't think I could ever go to court because I would be making faces. There were a couple times when I made faces. Tosh says, did you see that in the nameless case, he who shall not be named, the state won its request for a whole new jury pool? Yes. That trial is never going to happen. That is a whole mess. It is a whole mess. Still have PTSD from that trial. There is a 2020 about it on Friday night. Actually, you can see me in the promo, on the 2020 promo that they have going around. You can see me in the courtroom. People at last. Good morning, Ruth. My husband loves watching your expressions, especially when I'm making the same face as you. I did not realize how much I express myself on my face until I started doing YouTube. And like, I've always been told that like I have, it's not even like a resting, like it's not even an RBF because it's not resting. Like it's reactionary, not resting, but it's bad. It's okay. PJ, hello. Back to gray, but still sending smooches to Lucy. Oh, she appreciates it. She's over there watching the yard guys. Or maybe it's the pool guys. No, it's the yard guys. I have jury duty next week for the very first time, and my friend told me I need to tone down my excitement if I want to get selected. Good morning. I finished yesterday's stream last night, and oh my goodness, what an absolute horrific mess. Yes, and the defendant. I predicted we did too. Actually, future, it was like what was it, y'all? Like 63% said that they thought it would be less than an hour. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure why they're filming from the hallway, but I'm just really grateful to court and the Lord above that they figured out that they can mute that microphone. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in. Lucy is busy. She is garden this place. There's a person for everything. There's a yard guy, there's a pool guy, there's a dock guy. There's something for everything here. But I mean, my brother doesn't live here. Like this is it's like a vacation home, and then like they rent it out and stuff, like on Airbnb and stuff like that. So they, they don't live here, so they have to have people come and do all the stuff. Good morning. Every time that door opens. Crafty Grandma says, my daughter-in-law made me a shirt that says, I can't be held responsible for what my face does when you talk. Yes. I feel that in my soul. ML, yes, that sign does say expect delays. I guess they're trying to tell us something. This should be an easy verdict. I agree. Y'all, what is he wearing? I don't know, whoever the guy who was working on clearing out down there by the lagoon, was it yesterday or the day before? He was just a young kid, one of them was, and he looked so much like my kid. It was crazy. Like the long blonde hair, and he was tall and like kind of thin like my kid. Like he looked so much like my kid. I was like, it's like, well, look at you. Book for Life. Good morning. I have so many relatives that work in the hospitals and facilities in the Dallas area. This case was too close to home to watch, but looking forward to a fast, just verdict here. I can see why that wouldn't be too close to home for you to watch it, but I'm glad you're here to check in on the verdict part. I think it's going to be quick too. I really do. Carolyn, you have not missed the closing yet. This is all they've been. We hadn't got to see much of anything yet. Yeah. At least they're warning us. Can you ask me a personal question? How personal? Yes, Melly is the one who shall not be named. Rhymes with smelly. The jury could just stay in the box and fill out the forms. See, that's what I say. Like, just like look around and be like, y'all good? Yeah, let's go. Did we find the story about how the mom is? Oh no, I did not find it. So as soon as we go into, I'm scared to start it now because then they're gonna finally start. But as soon as we go into verdict watch, that's the first thing I want to do is I want to watch that video. I'll find it while they're doing closings. I'll look for it. Let's see. Joy Morris, I want to know if Hi, Joy Morris. Yes, he's wonderful. And you can't bring your Nokia phone. No Nokia phones. Who is the guy or lady in the bottom right corner? I am not sure. I said if you ask me if you ask a personal question, I would say hell no. Not too personal. I just want to know what your tattoo says on your shoulder, and if you don't want to tell me, oh yeah, no, it's fine. It says she is clothed in strength and dignity. So that's all. She's clothed in strength and dignity. No, you're good. That's not too personal. All topic. Your thoughts on the year's sexiest. Who is it? I don't know who it is. As long as it ain't Fami or Melly. Yeah, that's what it's from. That's what my tattoo is from. Oh, Patrick Dempsey is the sexiest man alive or whatever they call it for the year. Oh. Did y'all ever see that old movie? What's it called? And She Laughs Without Fear of the Future. That's the other part of it too, yeah. What is that movie called? Can't Buy Me Love? Hold on, let me see. Where he was the nerd. I loved that movie. So it's funny, like when he became like Mr. Dreamy or whatever. Look, this is Can't Buy Me. This is like this is how I think of him still. Like when he was the nerd in Can't Buy Me Love. I loved that. So it's funny to like see him as like the whatever sexiest man alive or whatever they call it. But I will say this, obviously he, you know, gets better with age. What the, but Jesus are we waiting for? We still don't know. They won't come on. In Charlie Adelson trial, was there any family members of Charlie in court to support him? No. Nope. Not the entire time. And when Wendy came to testify, she hightailed it out of there. The only people who were there to support him on the very last day, he had one of his friends there. And then the two co-workers that he had that came and testified that were like all excited to see him or whatever, they stayed for part of it after lunch because they were released from subpoena, so they were allowed to come back in. They stayed for part of it. They actually walked up to him when we came back in from lunch. It was before everything had started yet. So he was standing on the other side of like the little partition thing, and he like standing there like with his hand in his pockets or whatever. The two co-workers, like they were walking in. I was like, they were right in front of me as I was walking back in the courtroom, and they were like, can we like, and they're kind of talking to each other, trying to figure out if they can like just go up and talk to him. So they tried to like walk up to him and talk to him, and the bailiff was like, hold your horses, kiddo. Y'all go on over there. You can't just come over and, you know, hang out. But they stayed for a little while, but then when they started going over like the financial records and stuff, they were like, I'm gonna head on out. Did we discuss why Charlie Adelson was cuffed for the verdict reading? Also, no tie. Yeah, they had him shackled. That was one of the things I saw. I noticed online people were saying like, oh, he didn't even stand up when the jury came in. But the judge told him, I guess y'all couldn't hear this on stream. The judge told him stay seated this time because he had the, shackles on or whatever, and then they had taken his tie off. So he wasn't doing it out of defiance. And look, I'm not a fan. Y'all know I'm not a Charlie fan, but in that particular case, he was doing what the judge said. And the judge told us too, like he told everybody in the court, he's like, no matter what happens, no matter what's read, y'all need to, like, no outbursts, everybody behave. Crystal Holder says, do you have a wax warmer? I do have a wax warmer. If so, what scent would you rather, cookie dough or pumpkin pie? Oh, cookie dough. I think cookie dough. I don't know. Most of mine are like, most of the ones that I have are always like the fresh laundry and stuff like that. I like anything that smells good. Oh, y'all did hear that part for the judge. See, I didn't know. We don't know too when like audio comes in and out, so we couldn't tell, I don't think I've received a card since texting became a thing. That's funny. I still send cards. Actually, all the cards that I just addressed and put in the thing are all handwritten. They need to wash their walls. Right now, it is 10:43 in Texas, in Dallas. Because they're on my same time zone, Central. Fuchsia says, I still mail cards, thank you notes, and birthday cards. Yeah, I like doing that too. They're really late. In cursive. Look, I can read it in cursive. Speaking cursive, does that count? Look, if I've had a glass of wine, I do too. Wrestler's mom says, cards are a waste of money. I'd rather you buy me a cheeseburger. See, I like cards if it's like from somebody like that can't be here. You know what I mean? Like if it's, like I'm not big on cards. Like if I'm going to, birthday something or other and, there's a gift, like nobody wants to have to read the card. Like it's awkward in front of people. I get that. But for like hand, written mailed ones and stuff are nice. And people who's like, if your love language is words of affirmation, try to write out some nice stuff. Everybody's different. They're starting to teach cursive again here in Nova Scotia, thankfully. Oh, wow. Kelly Down says, I was raised, you do not show up without something in your hand, and it better be with a card. See, I was raised like that. Like you never show up anywhere empty-handed. But the card thing for me was always like, if somebody gives you a gift, you have to, like, you know, handwrite a card. Handwritten thank you cards for everything. The postage to mail costs more than the cards. Yeah, I had to go get stamps and stuff this morning so I could send out all that stuff. And I'm thinking like stamps are like 25 cents or whatever, and they're like 66 cents now. He's like, Candace Hoff says, as a teacher, I can tell you that the whole issue is time. I would love to teach my students cursive, but because of everything else, very little time. I won't show up empty-handed either. You'll get money or a cheeseburger. Yeah, I usually take like a bottle of wine or, you know, a plant or something. You never return a container empty or a plate if you're returning it. You have to fill it. Yeah. Oh, he mouthed 5 minutes. Ooh. Ooh. Stamps ain't been 25. I ain't been mailing nothing. I've had the same stamp book since I don't even know when. Defendant is like, cause woo woo woo, yada yada yada.
Or the previous days, make sure that the mic is off or the camera is unplugged, the volume, when nothing is happening in the courtroom.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Did you have your volume off?
Everything's been off, yeah. I haven't even turned them on until right now I came and asked you if it was okay if I could put them off. And then I can unplug everything from my camera.
Okay, good. You're not a conversation that doesn't.
I love me a hot mic moment.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I was wondering if I had your permission to just take some still photos. I can go out hallway, but
Jail traffic was horrible. Did I get your package? I got one that did not have a name on it with some stuff for to hand out for like the lost stuff, and then I have one that has like a card that says I'm gonna have to come back during business hours because it wouldn't fit in my box, so I can't get it till Sundays or Saturday rather, since we'll be, unless we finish early today. But they weren't open when I went to the post office this morning. Now they got the weed eater out there. puzzle pieces. I can get up there Saturday, or if we do finish early today or tomorrow. Oh, it's closed Saturday. Oh, dang. Well, maybe we'll finish early today. Maybe we'll get a quick verdict if they'll ever get started. Maybe we'll get a quick verdict today, and I can get up there because it's only like a couple miles from me. It don't take me long at all to get there. Boy in the box sentencing is I think it's Thursday of next week, 16th. Oh, post office is open until noon on Saturday. If it's open until noon, I can make it there. Let me just look it up. Oh, here we go. You want to know what's funny? Our post office is, the address of it is 420 Churchwell Drive. Isn't that funny? Churchwell Drive. I never really go though. One of my friends normally goes for me twice a week. There's that baby. Baby that we heard hooting and hollering. All offices closed Saturday. Okay. Maybe we'll get out early today. Gosh, it's already mid-November. That's crazy. There's a whole heap of Churchwells. Around here. It's Churchwells used to own like everything around here, which was great, you know, getting reservations places as soon as they hear my last name. This coming Monday will be the 1-year anniversary of Idaho 4. Gosh, already. Like, part of me is like, man, that just happened. And part of me is like, it was forever ago.
Now, the court has prepared. The court's charge.
Yes.
Does the state have any objections to it?
No.
Has the defense had an opportunity to review the court's charge?
Yeah.
Do you have any objections to the court's charge?
No, ma'am. We have no objection to the charges written.
All right. Are both sides ready to proceed with the closing arguments?
Yes, sir. Judge, we had this issue we wanted to bring up.
Yes, that's correct. So I wanted to make sure that we're all ready to.
Oh, yeah, we're subject to that. We're ready. We are.
Okay. All right. And this does not need to be broadcast by the media. We have a juror.
Oh, God. Oh. Dang it. She said this does not need to be broadcast by the media. We have a juror, and then it cut out. I want the tea. I want the inside scoop. I want to know. Tell us. Rude. Give us all the business. Give us all the business. Maybe that's what caused it. Like, good point, Tosh. That might be it. That might be why we've been sitting here waiting for 2 hours. Guarantee something that will have the defense asking for another mistrial. They want to start over as bad as they can. They're like, look, our client kind of blew it yesterday. What little chance we may have had. Didn't they call Wendy Adelson back to testify a second time after she had driven 2 hours back home? That's what I heard. Yes. She hightailed it out of there, but they did not release her from her subpoena. So they were able to recall her, so they made her come back because she had not been released from her subpoena. But yeah, she had to come back. And when she came back, if you notice, she was wearing the same dress that she had on the day before, not the one that she left in 2 hours earlier. So she must have packed it up and had to stop and throw on something. No sound. They won't let us hear what's going on with the juror. Any media in the courtroom on Twitter? I have not found any. But if y'all find some. Yeah, excuse me, Judge. We're nosy. We need to know these things. Thank you, Little B. Little B says we have been waiting for 2 hours, but Brady Churchwell, it has been an honor to talk to you and all members and mods and new, and thank you for your time and patience. Yes. 2 hours, but it goes by. She's raising her hand. It goes by when we're sitting here chit-chatting. What's he doing? Oh, they're bringing in. What's happening? We need to know. They're getting all the inside. Look, I'm about to look. We'll see what. Oops, I thought I just. That dang seal again. I don't see anybody. Where's Kaylin? Kaylin works in the next parking lot over. Send her over there. Yeah, because the only two reporters that I know who are covering it, neither of them have said anything about what's going on. Somebody read those lips. It's been 84 years. Cameraman saw chat asking about reading lips. I'm like, get that off me. Let me see. Let me look up the Facebooks. See if I can find anything there. Nestor Hernandez. Nope. I don't see anything. I'm trying to go through all of their little wonder if any of their people look, all their people are like, we want to hear. See if any of them have the inside scoop. Nope. They're all wanting to be just as nosy as we are. No, they're all just complaining about the wall being dirty. Help wanted sign. One who can read lips for hire. Inquire within. Please. John says, I checked Fox 4 and they said the judge requested the microphone to be turned off. Yeah, that's the last thing we heard, that the media doesn't need to broadcast this, but a juror, and then it was gone. Like, they don't have to tell the media, but tell me. I want to know. The Facebooks. Holly Mack, they're driving us crazy. This is BS. Yeah, yes. Good point. We were moving along, like getting through it. And then bam. Now we just sit here. We made so much progress yesterday. Just getting through all this. And then today, nothing. It's all right. We'll get there. We'll get there. At least it's not 48 sidebars from a smelly child. Yeah, now that we can't fast forward, there's a 2.5 hour break. Bull butter. Oh yeah, Muffin Man. How's it going with your new lady friend? Speaking of us being nosy. Trish says, I knew moving through so quickly was too good to be true. It did work out yesterday, though. It did work for us yesterday. But maybe just not today. Maybe we should have chased pelicans again this morning. Maybe that was good luck. Maybe that was a good luck pelican. Is that such a thing? Let's Google it. Are there good luck pelicans? There's a national bird in Romania.
Did you?
Look, I googled pelican, and now look at everything.
It says.
Judge, I'm not sure if Ms. Cruz knows already or not, but certainly inquire about if we have any time limits on explosives.
All right.
I'm sorry, I missed what he said.
How much time does the state want for closing?
Judge, we were considering this the way it is. I don't know what
Why can't we hear that? I'm about to write them a strongly worded letter in cursive. Denny Dawn, we don't know. It was something with a juror. So now they're finally talking about how long for the closings. Do you have the link for that interview with baby mama? I want to watch it when we're on Verdict Watch, if you have it. If you can email it to me. Brandy@brandychurchwell.com.
Yeah.
All right, please be seated. We're on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present. The state is present and the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for your patience. I know we took longer than we anticipated, but we were working hard on the court's charge. And also waiting on one of you to arrive, okay? So both sides are ready to proceed at this point. You have the evidence. Now I'm going to give you a charge that contains the law that will guide you during your deliberations. And I will read it to you, but you'll be given a copy and take with you to the deliberation room in case you need to refer to it after. All right, in the state of Texas versus Nestor Hernandez, charge of the court. Members of the jury, the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, stands charged by indictment with the offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed on or about the 22nd day of October 2022 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. You are instructed that the applicable law to this case is as follows. A person commits the offense of murder when he intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual. A person commits the offense of capital murder if he commits murder, as defined above, and the person murders more than one person, A, during the same criminal transaction, or B, during different criminal transactions, but the murders are committed pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Term definitions. Act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Actor means a person whose criminal responsibility is an issue in a criminal action. Another means a person other than the actor. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Individual means a human being who is alive. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance, or any device readily convertible to that use. Mental state definitions. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to the result of his conduct when he's aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. A person acts with criminal negligence or is criminally negligent with respect to the result of his conduct when he ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result complained of will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the standpoint of the person charged. Capital murders. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, on or about the 22nd day of October, AD 2022, in Dallas County, Texas, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Jacqueline Pokuaa, an individual, by shooting Jacqueline Pokuaa with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and during the same criminal transaction, said defendant did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Katie Flowers, an individual, by shooting Katie Flowers with a firearm or a deadly weapon. Or the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, on or about the 22nd day of October 2022 in Dallas County, Texas, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Jacqueline Pokuaa, an individual, by shooting Jacqueline Pokuaa with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and during a different criminal transaction, but pursuant to the same scheme and cause of conduct, said defendant did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Katie Flowers, an individual, by shooting Katie Flowers with a firearm, a deadly weapon, then you will find the defendant guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of capital murder as alleged in the indictment, and say by your verdict, not guilty, and proceed to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of murder of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment and outlined below. Lesser included offense of murder, Jacqueline Pokuaa. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, If you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, on or about the 22nd day of October 2022 in the County of Dallas, State of Texas, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of an individual, Jacqueline Pokuaa, the deceased, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, then you will find the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, guilty of murder of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of murder of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment, to say by your verdict not guilty, and proceed to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of murder of Katie Flowers, as included in the indictment and outlined below. Lesser included offense of murder, Katie Flowers. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, on or about the 22nd day of October 2022 in the County of Dallas, State of Texas, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of an individual, Katie Flowers, the deceased, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, then you will find the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, guilty of murder of Katie Flowers as included in the indictment. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of the murder of Katie Flowers as included in the indictment, say by your verdict not guilty, and proceed to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment and outlined below. Lesser included offense of manslaughter, Jacqueline Pokuaa. You are instructed that a person commits the offense of manslaughter if he recklessly causes the death of an individual. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, on or about the 22nd day of October 2022, did recklessly cause the death of an individual, namely Jacqueline Pokuaa, the deceased, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, then you will find the defendant guilty of manslaughter as included in the indictment. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of the manslaughter of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment, and say by your verdict not guilty, and proceed to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter of Katie Flowers as included in the indictment and outlined below. Lesser included offense of manslaughter, Katie Flowers. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, on or about the 22nd day of October 2022, did recklessly cause the death of an individual, namely Katie Flowers, the deceased, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, then you will find the defendant guilty of manslaughter as included in the indictment. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of manslaughter of Katie Flowers as included in the indictment, say by your verdict not guilty, and proceed to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment and outlined below. Lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide, Jacqueline Pokuaa. You are instructed that a person commits an offense of criminally negligent homicide if he causes the death of an individual by criminal negligence, as that term has been defined. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, on or about the 22nd day of October 2022, did cause the death of an individual, namely Jacqueline Pokuaa, the deceased, by criminal negligence, then you will find the defendant guilty of criminally negligent homicide as included in the indictment. But if you do not so believe, or if you have any reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of the criminally negligent homicide of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment, say by your verdict not guilty, and proceed to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide of Katie Flowers, as included in the indictment and outlined below. Lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide, Katie Flowers. Now, bearing in mind the formal instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, on or about the 22nd day of October 2022, did cause the death of an individual, namely Katie Flowers, the deceased, by criminal negligence, then you will find the defendant guilty of criminally negligent homicide as included in the indictment. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either capital murder or the murder of Jacqueline Pokuaa or the murder of Katie Flowers, which you have a reasonable doubt as to which of said offenses he is guilty, then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find him guilty of the lesser included offense of murder of either Jacqueline Pokuaa or Katie Flowers. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either the murder of Jacqueline Pokuaa or the murder of Katie Flowers, or manslaughter of Jacqueline Pokuaa or manslaughter of Katie Flowers, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which of said offenses he is guilty, then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find him guilty of the lesser offense of manslaughter of either Jacqueline Pokuaa or Katie Flowers. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either manslaughter of Jacqueline Pokuaa or manslaughter of Katie Flowers, or criminally negligent homicide of Jacqueline Pokuaa, or criminally negligent homicide of Katie Flowers, which you have a reasonable doubt as to which of said offenses he is guilty, then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find him guilty of the lesser offense of criminally negligent homicide of either Jacqueline Pokuaa or Katie Flowers. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either capital murder, murder of Jacqueline Pokuaa, or murder of Katie Flowers, manslaughter of Jacqueline Pokuaa, or manslaughter of Katie Flowers, or criminally negligent homicide of Jacqueline Pokuaa, or criminally negligent homicide of Katie Flowers, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which of said offenses he is guilty, then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find him guilty of the lesser offense of criminally negligent homicide of either Jacqueline Pokuaa or Katie Flowers. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant is guilty of any offense defined in this charge, then you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt in the trial. Presumption of innocence. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. Burden of proof. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it failed to do so, you must acquit the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubts concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. Evidentiary instructions. You are instructed that if there is any evidence before you in this case regarding the defendant having committed any offense other than the offense alleged against him in the indictment in this case, you cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other offense, if any. Even then, you may only consider the same in determining the state of mind of the defendant, motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident of the defendant, if any, in connection with the offense alleged against him in this indictment. You are instructed that certain evidence was admitted in evidence before you in regard to the defendants having been charged and convicted of offenses other than the one for which he is now on trial. Such evidence cannot be considered by you against the defendant as any evidence of guilt in this case. Said evidence was admitted before you for the purpose of aiding you, if it does, in passing upon the weight you will give his testimony, and you will not consider the same for any other purpose. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings, and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given such evidence, nor passes on the credibility of the case. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to testimony. However, you must receive and follow the law provided to you by the court. You are instructed that you may consider all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the death, if any, and the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased, together with all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense, if any. Deliberation instructions. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as presiding juror. Your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberations and not by majority vote or any method or chance. It is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he or she may have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. You are instructed that any statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during arguments not supported by the evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the laws as stated to you by the court in these instructions are to be wholly disregarded. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. During your deliberations, you are also instructed you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, such as Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, or conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict, if any. After you have retired to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by the presiding juror, through the bailiff who has you in his charge, his or her charge. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court concerning any questions you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause, and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of guilt or innocence of the defendant. If you have a verdict, or if you wish to have a break, turn on the red light, and the bailiff will quickly respond. And this is signed by me, Judge Chica Anya, Criminal Report Number 7. And on the back of the instructions, you have the verdict forms, and I'm going to read them out to you. All right, the first one, the State of Texas versus Nestor Hernandez. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Presiding juror's signature, presiding juror's printed name. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of murder of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of murder of Katie Flowers as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter of Katie Flowers as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide of Jacqueline Pokuaa as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide of Katie Flowers as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant not guilty. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. And as I said, I'll give you this charge so you can refer to it. I know that there's a lot in there, but it will guide you. If you need to refer to it, please do so. What do you do? Having read the charge, is the state of Texas ready to proceed with the closed room?
I am, but I need to ask if we can approach you from literally 5 seconds.
No approaching. We're ready now. Indy Cindy, happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. All right, I'm going to end our poll now that we've heard that. Capital murder, 90% say capital murder. 90%. Indy City says, just checking in to say hello. Thank you, Brandy. Check in and say hello. Stay a while. We're about to be closing arguments and then verdict watch.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We started Monday. We started talking about some very important things, and we'll run through them, and then we'll get to the facts of this case and why we're here and what this case is. Okay? We came here and we thank you for coming. We thank you for responding to the summons. Many summonses go out and very few show up. But we also gave you an oath, and we went over that and made certain that you understood that your oath in talking to us was very special because we're Americans and this is how our system is built. And then I told you that the judge would have you stand up when we started this phase of the case and give you another oath that you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God. And we have here, the law is written, and the evidence, obviously, that you are to consider came from this witness stand or off of that screen or in documents or whatever. That's the evidence that you are to use and nothing else. Okay? We talked about capital murder. And we talked about the law surrounding that in the two different ways, at least that we posted up for this particular case, that capital murder can be committed. Okay? The defense talked about murder as a lesser included offense, but we focused on what was in the indictment. Okay? The judge has given you some instructions, and I want to talk about some of these because, first of all, as we said, this is the law. And on page 4, after your consideration of whether or not we prove capital murder beyond a reasonable doubt, or the evidence proved it beyond a reasonable doubt, it says, but if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of capital murder as alleged in the indictment, say by your verdict not guilty, and proceed to consider whether the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense. And it goes on and on each page. Okay? My suggestion is you'll never get past that based on the evidence. I want to go back and read another section of the evidence that the judge put in the charge, and I want to remind you of your responsibility. I want to remind you that one of the things that I told you that was so unique and special about us and what we do in criminal trials in the United States of America is that we put you in charge of what the outcome is. And the judge has told you that again. I went over it on Monday. I don't want to remind you, because you do have conflicting testimony in this case, no question about it. Okay, but what does it say on page 13? You're the exclusive judges, so the facts prove the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony. And I think you remember, out of all what might be in here, that I spent some time on that on Monday for a reason. Because one thing we can't control is whether someone wants to testify and what they will say. And I want to talk to you now about why this is just one offense and one offense only, and that's capital murder. I want to remind you all about our setting, and I don't mean here in this sterile courtroom. I mean over at the Shingle Tower at Methodist Hospital, on the floor, where moms and babies reside for a short period of time. Moms who delivered naturally, or C-sections, or whatever, but especially C-sections. You ain't walking out of there the next day right away. There are people who go there and attend to that. But somewhere you've heard from the evidence in this case, and it's probably true in every room there, that a mom and a baby together. There's a point after the birth of a child where we all, as parents, we take a moment. And it's certainly a reasonable inference and deduction from the evidence, moments from which you've heard how she treated that baby. That there's a moment where you look into your newborn's eyes, especially the first one, and you see love like you'll never see it before. You see wonderment like you'll never experience. And your wish is for everything to come out well. Unfortunately, part of that involves who the dad is. And that's why we're here, regardless. You have a staff who works there, social workers who come in and tend to the need for the mother and the baby, that moment, and what for the reason for their future. You have nurses who come in and make sure, especially that C-section mom, is not suffering from infections or this or that or the other, not having complications, so they can do what? Move them on home with the baby, and so they can continue to live their lives. And that's what was going on. We had people attending to the business of a new life. We had a mom who was there about her newborn, and all the staff was there to make certain that the new little lives come in and are protected. The only problem, and the problem that brings us here today, is there was another life walking around that made its way into the Shingle Tower Methodist Hospital, to the floor, confused, now on meth, goes into the wrong room, can't get that figured out. You heard David Lopez's description of that. Finally winds up, what's walking around? That love for that baby? No. Rage, resentment, anger, and a plan to kill, based on the believable and credible evidence in this case and what you've heard and seen. was walking around, masquerading, going into that building as a caring, loving father, coming in to see his child and tend to the mother. But you know that's not true by his own admission. He was full of anger and rage. And certainly the evidence shows that. What do you know? First of all, Selena, she knew exactly what was up. She covered her head up quick, whether it's alcohol or meth or whatever. Intoxicated, out of control. Mix that into that stimulant that the doctor told you, and the doctor told you the kinds of things that can happen generally to personalities, and you listen to her description of him, you listen to that audio and see that video, you hear what he said when he screamed back out of there, and his constant screaming. His body has been taken out of that room across a woman's dead body, and he shot her in the head. And the only thing coming out of his mouth is what? She cheated on me. It's the only concern. Why? Because he's executing his plan to come there and kill. Press the button. Get somebody in. I'm going to kill somebody. I don't know if you caught this, but there was one person that went in there first before Miss Jackie went in there. And you got to think, that person that went in and walked out with him in that room with a pistol, that's the luckiest person in Dallas County on that day. She got to walk back up. The next person who walked in to care for the mother and the child and their ongoing needs wasn't so lucky. She gets popped in the back of the head. So now, all of our energy is up. We're going to execute the plan. Press the button. Get them in here. I'm going to kill me and you and them. But, you know, liars lie. He wanted to kill himself. He could have done that. When really what the plan was. The plan was to create chaos and kill. Why? Because of anger. Why? Well, what we're told and what we know is this idea of cheating on him, whether she did or not, is irrelevant. That's what he believed. And that overcame everything, that anger, resentment, and rage towards her propelled him to kill other people. A misguided. None of it should be guided towards anybody, but certainly not to those who help us. And then what do we know? We know that Miss Flowers, unfortunately, walking down the hall, you see that body turn, you hear one shot, you hear a second shot. Where's that second shot hit? Right in the neck. A fatal, deadly spot, a fatal, deadly shot that she was never, ever going to survive. In fact, you saw in the video that they were trying to give her CPR right there, right down at the nurse's station. That's how fatal that was. What else do we know? Well, we know that somebody who had left, interestingly, the only conversation about this, had left a gun, allegedly, which is a bunch of nonsense, I suggest to you from the evidence. A gun in somebody's bag. There was more to it than that. Because there's the ability, willingness, and the act of taking that clip out and putting some more projectiles in. Okay? Is that true? Yes. Why? What did he have with him? All these extra projectiles. Why? Well, if you go in there to kill, okay, you can't run out. The only problem is the whole escapade is wrong. Fortunately, there was a police officer right there who shot him. Okay? What else did we bring? We brought you evidence from Selena about being pistol whipped. We showed you the pictures. Then we did more than that. We did more than show you the pictures. We brought DNA evidence of the hair on the gun. We brought DNA evidence to prove this. We brought MEs who told you how these people died, the angles, and all of it is consistent with what Selena said, what Officer Rangel said, what the scientific evidence shows, and it all brings it together. And in this case, this is capital murder, and it's capital murder because, as the judge tells you, A person commits the offense of capital murder if he commits murder as defined above, and the person murders more than one person, A, during the same criminal transaction. You got to hear and see from Officer Rangel's body-worn camera the sounds, the time, the gunshots. You didn't get to see Jackie get shot, but you certainly saw Miss Flowers walk past that room in the wrong place at the wrong time. If only she had been 1, 2, 3 rooms away, maybe on another floor, maybe on a break. The same thing for Jackie. Somebody would probably be dead, but maybe we'll be finding about these two. Because, like I said, I think it's painfully obvious and clear beyond a reasonable doubt that he was on a mission to kill. And he accomplished his mission. He got shot in the course of it, something he probably wasn't expecting, to go and find a police officer just taking a police report on theft right down the hallway. And we have him here, and we brought you this case. And we're asking you to do what you told us you'd do. First of all, we would ask you to take that oath the judge did. You told us you were serious about it, you meant it, you were going to give us true answers. And we went over all kinds of things. Okay? We're counting. You stood up, you took an oath, and you said you were going to render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence to help you out. We trusted you, and we're counting on you. And what we're telling you is our position on this case, the position that's proved beyond a reasonable doubt, is that this man, as I said, was walking resentment, rage, anger, with a plan to kill. And he took all of that into that place where new life, new birth, new hopes, new plans are the only things that are supposed to reside in that tower. And what he took in there was death 2 times. And you've heard all the evidence. Cross-examination replayed the tape. You heard what he said. Not often you get to come down here on jury duty and hear and see death distributed out in a random fashion like what he did. But unfortunately, there are those who will do it. And when you were sitting from here to there, whether you realize it or not or thought about it, you were sitting just that close to a murderer, a capital murderer, who shouldn't be played with, shouldn't be second-guessed, and look at the facts and reach a reasonable conclusion. And based on these instructions, as I said, if you read it, you should never go past capital murder. Because that's what the believable and credible evidence shows in this case. He's guilty of capital murder, and we're asking you to follow those instructions in your oath and find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Please, the court. Counsel. Good morning. Good morning. It's kind of like the way we started. It's a little bit better for him than me now. I thought I'd be saying good afternoon because you know how long we took when we went through Boyd Iyer. So first thing I want to do is I want to thank you all. On behalf of Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Johnson, myself, thank you for taking the time out of your schedules. We know that it's difficult to come down here, leave your lives, and listen to cases like this. And we appreciate it, and we appreciate you doing your duty and sitting down here. And like Mr. Couzeau, we are going to rely on you, rely on the oath that you took, to follow the law and the evidence and let it lead to the correct verdict. Obviously, we have a very strong disagreement with them on what the final outcome should be. But as Mr. Johnson said in his opening statement, we are not saying he's not guilty. That's not what you're here about. It's about determining to what level he is guilty. That's why during voir dire, I brought up with you the lesser included offenses, so that you would understand how the process worked and what you would be looking at. And we talked about, if you remember when the judge's first case came in, and when I talked to you, I asked you, who came in here and thought, I wonder what he did? Now, when I asked it, nobody raised their hand because she had already asked it and gone over it. That presumption of innocence that we were talking about goes throughout your deliberations as well. And you might be wondering, well, what does he mean by that? Well, if you go back and you look at page, it talks about when you're applying the laws of things, it talks about your application in the presumption of innocence. And when you go down and if you has a reasonable doubt as to which offense, whether it's capital murder or murder, the presumption of innocence applies so that what you will resolve that doubt with is a finding of the lesser included offense. And I want you to know that because sometimes you think, well, presumption of innocence, that's gone. We've already passed that. We've presumed him innocent, and so now we can just, no, that presumption goes through the rest of the case. When you're looking at the lesser included offenses, you still reserve that and use that to determine a lesser included offense as well, such that that doubt would be resolved in the defendant's favor. And that's very important to remember here because you're looking at a number of different possible verdicts on your. So please keep that into consideration. The other thing that we talked about was the burden of proof. We talked about the fact the state does the accusing, they have to do the proving, which means a couple of things now. First off, it means what you've seen throughout. They get to start the case and they get to finish the case, okay? Which means we'll get up here and we'll argue, and after we sit down, they still get to stand up and respond to that. Note, we would love to get up and respond to whatever they say. Keep in mind that for every argument they have, there's another argument to be made for the other side. What we're asking you to do is, as you took your oath to consider all the law and the evidence, is to give both sides a fair shot. Listen to the evidence, look at the evidence, apply it, and then come out with the proper verdict. That's the oath that you took, and that's the oath that we're holding you to. But realize, we would love to get up and respond, so we're going to have to rely on you all back there to think about what would the retort be? What would the defense come back and say to this? Doing that would give everyone a fair verdict in this case. We also talked about communicate. Actually, we didn't talk about this. I want to talk about it briefly. Communication. The hardest thing for a juror to understand is how to communicate with the court. And it might seem simple. It might seem that you just send a note and that's it. Well, no, that's not quite it when you want to have testimony read back to you. There has to be a conflict with that person's testimony. You have to identify that conflict and that person and send a note out to the court with that information. That's the only way that the court reporter can then go and read back that information, and it'll be presented to you in a number of forms. It could be read back to you, or it could be printed out and given to you. But unless you point out the conflict that you have, you will not get the response that you need. I want to point that out because most times that's an issue. You all want to hear what you want to hear. You need to know how to get that information, the proper way to get that information. And if you don't ask it properly, you'll get a note back that says you have all the law and evidence. Well, then you'll know, well, we didn't ask it properly. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right. Last thing I want to talk to you about is what I discussed during voir dire was respecting everyone's decision. I talked to you about the fact that I picked out 3 jurors, and I said, 2 of you think he's guilty, 1 of you think he's not guilty. What would you do? Did you beat up on him? We talked about 12 angry men. We actually had one of the jurors, if you remember, that actually played a part in that, as a female played a part in that. I want to point that out because that's where you are now. You all are each entitled to, or required to deliberate, but you're each entitled to your own personal moral decision. If you've deliberated and you've come to your own personal moral decision, you have an absolute right to stand by that decision. And you have a right to be respected by all 11 other members of the jury. You took an oath, and we discussed it for this very part right here. Each one of you is the exclusive triers of the fact. Okay? Each one of you, this is a group that has to come to a unanimous decision, but each one of you is the exclusive judge of the triers of fact. You make that determination. You do not have to be bullied. You don't have to accept it. And all of you promised me you would not let that happen. And you would stand by even those people who might have a contrary opinion to you. And we're going to hold you to that. Now, I wanted to come up here and talk to you about these brief aspects of the law. Mr. Johnson's going to come up and talk to you about how the law applies to the facts and give his summation of the evidence that you saw. I appreciate your attention. I appreciate you giving Mr. Johnson the same attention you've given me. Thank you.
Methodist Court. Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I too would like to thank you for the time and the attention that you've given this case this week, and the fact that you've taken time from your lives to sit here and have to listen to some pretty brutal things here in the courtroom. A lot of these things, it'll take you probably not days, but weeks or months, so to soften those things that you've seen and try to set them out of your mind. But we appreciate your being here and doing your job as jurors in this case. I too want to start off by talking to you about the board hour process in this case, wherein you were selected to be the ones who hear the case. And I thought it was a real good way that Mr. Crusoe spoke to you in regards to the fact when we were talking about your being the judges in a case and whether or not you could sit in judgment on another individual. Mr. Crusoe told you to take your focus away from being in judgment of the defendant, but being in judgment of the case that they brought to you, because the question here in this case is, have they brought you everything that you will have to give them the verdict that they are asking for? Now, I want to make sure that everybody understands something. When we started off this trial, we started talking to you about, well, it's capital murder. They talked about that. No one really discussed anything about lesser offenses until Mr. Peel got up before you in the board hour process and told you that it may not just be capital murder that you consider. If you recall, when I gave you my opening statement, I told you that I believe, when you heard all the evidence in this case, that if you would keep an open mind throughout this process, the entire process, certain things may come to you to assist you in deciding the ultimate question is, what exactly is this defendant guilty of? And I told you then that I thought he would be found guilty, or that he should be found guilty of a lesser included offense, possibly murder. Now, just so that you know, because you're not down here every day, this is your day as a juror. You're not professional jurors. We are down here every day in the legal profession handling these cases and dealing with these issues, but you don't see those. So just because this case starts as a capital murder doesn't mean anything about where it should end. The ending point of a trial is decided by the jurors. And it is decided by the choices that the judge gives to you. And you see now that although when this case started the only thing discussed was capital murder, we see now that we have various destinations that you can arrive at in your deliberations of what you've heard in this courtroom this week. It could be capital murder. It shouldn't, but it could. It could be murder. It could be manslaughter. It could be negligent homicide. Now, where do these come from? Well, they come from an understanding that the law gives us that a person should truly be held accountable for only that which was in his heart when he acted. The mental state. What was happening with that person, and where did that person's mental state take him? You don't judge merely by the result of the conduct, because if that was the case, all they would have to do is stand here before you, show the two deceased, put the autopsies on, and say, well, this is the result, this is what he caused, and so the verdict must be that. But it can't be. That's why we have trials. That's why we have trials. And they took on the responsibility in this case, repeatedly told you they take that responsibility and they'll live with it. And I submit to you that they have failed to do that. Now, as I stand here before you folks, if you think that I would not stand here for a moment and argue that this defendant should be absolved of accountability for his actions. Absolutely not. But what is the appropriate verdict in the choices that you have before you? Capital murder. If you recall in voir dire, this case, when the judge finally told you what the defendant was charged with, she said it is capital murder, the highest charge in our land. Two punishments, life or death. Life or death. And she told you that this case was not one involving an allegation or a request for a death sentence. So it still is life without the possibility of parole, the ultimate punishment in the case in our state. And folks, when you accuse somebody of the ultimate charge, jurors, if you do your job, if you truly do your job, you should judge them just like they asked to be judged. Did they bring you the ultimate proof? Can you honestly, and folks, you'll answer this question by your verdict, what can you honestly go back there and say has been proven to you beyond all doubt? All reasonable doubt is the standard. Now, Judge Cruzon gets up and he says, and he's got a narrative. I mean, you've seen where their narrative has taken them through what they believe the evidence has shown in this case. And as he stood here and eloquently painted this picture for you of a situation that was preordained, and that he claims the defendant came into this situation that day with a heart bent on destruction, anger and rage, I think was the terms he continued to use, and that as he entered the hallway of the hospital that day, that this was a preordained destination of events. That's his theory. That's his narrative. They have now asking you to judge that narrative. And I'm going to ask you to do that because I submit to you the evidence absolutely does not substantiate that. The evidence doesn't prove that this was an intent by Nestor Hernandez to walk in there and cause this destruction. Now, so let's talk about how could we be here. What brings us here today if it wasn't this preordained destination that the state is adopting as their narrative of this case? And folks, that's where it gets complicated. And you know why it gets complicated? Because life's complicated. Life's complicated. Life is complicated out there for everybody in this room. Life is complicated out there for Nestor Hernandez. People find themselves in situations, in relationships with people. It's not all romantic comedies on the movies. It's real life. And in real life, in this particular case, we've got Selena Bellatora and Nestor Hernandez, two people with lots of problems. Lots of problems and a long history between them. Drug use, criminality, cheating, lying, the whole host of things that go on between people that cause the friction and the issues that led to this particular situation. Was it a preordained destination, or was it something that happened in the split of a moment? And think about it, because as the judge told you, it's not always, they don't know if someone's going to testify, but our defendant got up there. He asked to get up there to tell his story to you, knowing that he would be judged by you, his credibility, knowing that you would look at his testimony in light of the other testimony that was before you from Selena Bellatora. And I submit to you folks that there was nothing about this day that was in the midst of all of the problems that they were having. And he got up there and told you, and I think you can see it, and I think it has the ring of truth to it, because as he described that relationship and told you, she wasn't even going to let me be claimed to be the father. She's telling me that sometimes I'm not the father, other times I am. I know she's been cheating on me. I'm not 100% sure if it's even my baby, but he's talking about how he goes there that day and the day before. And she wasn't even going to let him take her to the hospital. Now, how do you think that's going to make a man feel? And folks, again, this isn't, I want to tell you these things to put in perspective what took place out there. So he takes her to the hospital. And one of the issues I think is important in this case, and you may not, you may disagree, you may think what I'm telling you is wrong. But again, does it not have the ring of truth? Because Selena Bellatora didn't really understand what importance it would have into the picture later. But how would we have ever known that she was holding out that birth certificate over Nestor Hernandez's head.
Shut up.
You get rid of that gun now, or your name's not going to be on there. And he told you that because of what she said, I told her, okay, fine. And I stuck it in her bag and carried it into that hospital. And you got to think about it. Is it this preordained destination? Or was it something that came together in a moment, caused in part by Selena Bellator? And folks, again, I'm going to sit here because I believe that if you really examine the truth of this situation, there's a lot of this that got started that was started by, exacerbated by Selena Bellator. Interesting, because see, we know from, as the prosecution told you in voir dire, they got to turn over all the evidence. We can see what everybody said on the day this all happened. I asked Selena, when you get in there, he's trying to talk to you, and what did you pulled the covers over your head and refused to talk to me, didn't you? Yeah. What do you think, folks? How's that going to make a person feel? Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you. And then you tell. And see, folks, let me ask you this. Because this is a courtroom. This isn't scripted. This isn't television. Why is that important? What did the defendant tell you about her pulling the covers over her head? I really don't remember her doing it. Now, why is that important? Because it has the ring of truth to it. He gets there and he's in this situation that is getting worse by the moment. He says that at that point in time, we're arguing. She's telling me to get out. I get the gun. We start arguing. And as Miss Pokuaa comes in the room, she starts getting up there, well, I'm going to do this. And she grabs her phone and starts to walk. Take a couple steps is exactly what he said, away from the bed. And then he walked around to get over there, and when she said, I want him out of here, what did he do? What did he tell you? I started to hit her. Okay? Folks, I believe that the evidence in this case shows that that is what is reasonable that took place. Not this preordained thought that he was wanting to kill everybody. And whatever Selena Bellator's story is now about, oh, I'm going to kill everybody that walks in the room. If that was really how he felt, folks, she would have been dead. She would have been dead if that was his ultimate goal. If this was a capital murder, she would have died on the spot. But he says, no, I hit her. I slapped her, and then I tried to hit her with the gun, and while we were going, the gun goes off. He said he didn't even know Miss Pokuaa had been hit at first. Did you hear how he described it to you? After the gun goes off, she was leaning. She didn't even fall immediately. That's from his perspective. That's what he told you to witness in. Now, folks, I'm going to stop here right as I talk about the testimony of my client in this case. I want to remind you of something. Okay, going back again to what was said by not only the court, not only by the prosecution, but also by co-counsel. They have the burden of proof. We have none. When the defendant got up there and testified, I'm going to tell you as I stand here right now, in order to find the defendant guilty of a lesser offense, you don't have to believe everything he told you. You don't have to believe everything he told you. The question is whether or not it causes you to have a reasonable doubt about what they charged him with. And they charged him with the ultimate case. And for it to come together for him, they have to have ultimate proof. I submit to you the things that the defendant told you. The gun went off. I had no intention of harming her. I had no intention of shooting her. I didn't want to do that. I was trying to hit this girl upside the head because of the way she was treating me. Folks, that has the ring of truth. No. Can you honestly go back there and say that did not happen?
Yes.
Can you honestly go back there and say it didn't happen? And if the truth, when you ask yourself that question, is, as far as Miss Pokuaa goes, I don't know. because he went on to describe as to how he went over and he's opened the door and he just started shooting out the door, which caused, we know, ended up causing the death of Katie Flowers. But the situation at that point in time is crazy. It's crazy. It's out of control. Then we know the next time he steps out, he gets shot. And that's when all this screaming and things take place. But you got to understand, you can't take one moment and then go backwards and say that because of what he's screaming here, he must have felt differently here. That doesn't make sense. If his plan was to kill people, he would have walked in there and started shooting right from the start. That's where their case fails, because in order to get the ultimate crime, they got to convince you that this was what he was wanting all along. And they can't do that, not based on this testimony. The court's charge tells you, look at the mental states. Mental states. Was the killing of Ms. Pokuaa knowingly and intentionally, or was it reckless? Was it done while he is trying to admittedly hit the mother of his child with a gun in a hospital? And see, folks, and the whole situation's ridiculous. And as I stand here and argue, I know you guys look out here and you see this courtroom full of good folks, good people. And I know that you have pressure to come back and do what you feel they want you to do. But that's not your job here. Your job's to do what's right. Your job's not to do the easy thing. Your job is to do the hard thing. And that is go back and analyze this evidence. Can you honestly say he was intentionally acting when Ms. Pokuaa got shot? And I submit to you that you can't. And Selena Villatora, her version of what she says happened out there is certainly, I submit to you, colored by the fact that she knows it was her own actions which started this tragedy.
Oh.
Think about it. If you were the one doing things that caused somebody to go to do acts that cause this kind of carnage, would you not try to soften the blow to yourself and those around you by deflecting the blame? Which I submit to you is what she's done here. You have these choices. Was it knowingly and intentionally? Did he say at the moment Ms. Pokuaa was shot, I want to shoot her, I want to kill her? Did they prove that to you? In light of all the factors, I submit to you that it's just as reasonable that as he told you it was reckless while he was trying to beat his wife or his girlfriend with that pistol. Those go down to the issues of murder. Goes to the issue of manslaughter. Okay? Because if you believe that maybe you don't know about Ms. Pokuaa for sure because there's parts of this evidence that doesn't sit well with you, or that causes you to only have a reasonable doubt. Not to get up there and say, well, I believe every word of what he told me. That's not the law. We don't have to. You don't have to believe him. You just have to go back there and ask yourself, do I have a reasonable doubt, truthfully? And if I do I have the moral fortitude and the courage to do the right thing? And not only the right thing, but what I swore to this court prior to this testimony starting that I would do. Is it reckless? I submit to you it was. And if you find it to be reckless, then the proper verdict in this case is a verdict of guilty to manslaughter. To manslaughter. Now, you go back there and look at it. It also gives you a choice to find whether or not you believe it to be criminally negligent homicide. Now, I'm going to agree. I will agree with the prosecution if they get up here and say, Ms. Johnson has to be crazy to argue that. And truthfully, I think it might have to be. Because to get to criminally negligent homicide, I think you'd pretty much have to believe the defendant. Have to believe everything he told you. You'd have to feel comfortable going up and saying, I'm basing this verdict on everything he told me. Now, you may not be able to do that. But I submit if you do your job, the things that he told you will cause you to have definitely a reasonable doubt about capital murder. In this charge, folks, you have lots of choices. Capital murder. I submit to you really only have three. Capital murder, murder, and manslaughter. Negligent homicide might be a stretch. But I'm going to tell you, when you go back there, before you vote on anything, reread this charge. If all of you want a copy of the charge, send out a note. We'll try to get you, everybody can have their own copy. You can read it, discuss it together. But make sure you understand what you're deciding when you go back there. Because you're going to find that in all of these choices, every single choice that you have, you're going to have a paragraph between one charge and the next, from capital murder to murder, from murder to manslaughter, from manslaughter to negligent homicide. In every one of those choices, the court's going to give you an instruction that reads basically this right here. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either the murder of Jacqueline Pokuaa, the murder of Katie Flowers, or manslaughter of Katie Flowers, and here's the language between every choice you have. But you have a reasonable doubt as to which of these said offenses he is guilty. Then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find him guilty of the lesser offense. Okay? That's in every choice that you have. And folks, like I said, you know, you've heard this thing, and as I told you in opening statement, all I could ask for you to do is keep an open mind. And I know that there's not a person in this room that wants to do anything that could be perceived as in Nestor Hernandez's favor after the heartbreak and hardship that he's caused all these folks. But you remember when I first stood up here a few minutes ago, I told you, justice is when you find somebody guilty for what he actually did. They haven't come in here and proven that he intentionally came in there and killed two people. They haven't done that. It'd be easy for you to go back there and do it. But I'm going to trust that you're not going to do the easy thing. Go back there and read this charge. Read this charge. And folks, when you read it and you apply your common sense, when you go back there and if anybody says, well, wait a second, there's parts about what Nestor said I didn't believe, go back there and think. Just the way he was phrasing certain things, the way he was describing certain things to you, the way things were making him feel. Even though none of you could imagine possibly the horror and the harm that he caused, I submit to you, every one of you could sit there and at certain times go, I think I know how he was feeling.
Nobody gives a shit how he was feeling.
Now, when it led to this carnage, it was wrong. Nestor Hernandez is going to pay for his crime, but he should pay for only that crime which he is guilty of committing. Folks, I'm going to sit down. Mr. Lewis gets up. As Mr. Peel just told you, I don't get a chance to get up and respond. He may get up and say, well, hey, Mr. Johnson, he's over there screaming about this, but he didn't mention this. I'll guarantee you, there ain't nothing he's going to say to you that I couldn't respond to if I was given an opportunity. I don't know exactly what he's going to about to tell you, because I went over and tried to look at his notes early and he turned his pad upside down. So I'm sitting here guessing what he's going to say also. But I'm going to ask you guys to do this. Because this is the ultimate allegation, I want you to give the defendant the ultimate presumption of innocence. And if Mr. Lewis makes a point that I haven't addressed, when you're back there to deliberate, I would like for somebody to stand up and say, what might Mr. Johnson's response have been to that point if he had been given a chance? Because I can promise you, folks, what I have told you here from the heart is what we, you, all of us in this courtroom have seen this week. And if you don't believe that this case meets the ultimate definition, not for retribution, because if we were talking retribution in this courtroom today, capital murder would be the easy and quick verdict. If we're talking about justice, the defendant will be found guilty for what he is guilty of, and that is a lesser offense from capital murder. And I'm going to ask you to take your time to think about it, but before you ever vote, make sure you read the language where the court tells you. If you believe he's guilty of something, but you're not sure beyond a reasonable doubt what it is, you must resolve it in his favor. That's the appropriate thing. Follow your oaths, follow the law, follow the facts, and return a verdict that is justice and not revenge. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
I'm pissed.
Thank you, Judge. If you can give me a 3-minute warning. Thank you. Before you start my time, can you give me 1 moment to set up the photograph? Thank you.
I'm pissed. I am so pissed.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. So we spent the last couple of days talking about the heinous acts of this defendant, Nestor Hernandez, and the absolute havoc that he caused at Methodist Hospital on October the 22nd, 2022. But I want to take this moment, just for a few moments, to remember and focus on these victims. Jacqueline, Jackie, Pokuaa, Katie, Annette, Flowers. That's what this case is about. They had family, they had friends, they had coworkers that loved them. They were doing what they loved to do on that day, helping others, being public servants. Jackie, social worker. Annette, being a nurse, helping mothers and their babies. Doing what they love to do when they were viciously, deliberately, and intentionally cut down and murdered by this man, Nestor Hernandez. So as we review the evidence in this case, in this closing argument, and when you go back to deliberate on this case, I want you to remember them. Remember them, Jackie and Annette. So let's talk about the credible evidence in this case. Let's start with Selena Viator. It's not an angel. She's not a saint. And she's honest with you on that stand.
Their feet cut. What happened? Ugh. Are you kidding me? He finally gets up there and shows the victims and starts talking about them, and it cuts out. It's showing live view stuff, which means it's something with their camera. The camera feed in the courtroom has dropped. We are working to get it back up, Fox says. I'm so mad right now. I'm so mad right now. And there's nothing we can do about it because we literally have to wait on them to get their feed back up. Oh, trigger warning, trigger warning.
What'd you hear? You heard the first bang, and then you heard thud. That is the body of Jacqueline Pokuaa hitting the ground. Disproving what he says, that she didn't fall. You heard it yourselves just then. He goes to the door. He claims he's not looking. You can look at that video and tell he's pointing his gun. He raises it, points, and fires. Not once, but twice. Bang, bang. You see Annette standing right in front of that door. There is no way possible that he did not see her when he fired that gun. Not once, but twice. Okay, so more credible evidence. What did Sergeant Monhell tell you? Well, even before that, Selena says he reloaded the gun. Oh, I didn't intend to hurt anybody. I didn't intend to do anything with that gun. Really? You got a gun in your pocket, not only the gun, but you bought some extra bullets as well. Extra bullets. A box of bullets sitting there in that room. See, the credible evidence is starting to pile up. He wants to sit up here and say that this defendant shouldn't be absolved of his responsibility, but then he lays it all on Selena? Really? Okay. Sergeant Monhell, what does he tell you? He hears the shots, he responds. Thankfully, he wasn't hit because he was standing right to it, man. He retreats, he calls for help. At that moment in time, the defendant comes outside of the room with the gun still in his hand. And he is forced to fire to protect not only himself, but others. Because as Selena told you, he was hell-bent on killing more people. Push the button, push the button. Nah, she refused to do it. He was trying to get somebody else in that room to kill him. Sergeant Monhell, like I said in my opening statement, thank God he was there because he definitely saved additional lives that day. And how did you know that the defendant tried to come out of that room? That's the bullet that Sergeant Monhell fired. Went right through his leg and lodged into the wall. That's how you know he tried to come out that room. Plus you saw the video of him trying to come out as well. Credible evidence. And all right, let's get to the defendant's statement. I'm not going to even waste my time, waste your time talking about this whole back and forth with Selena, the cheating, the STDs, and him not believing the baby was his, because you have his medical records and evidence, no mention of any STDs. You also have the DNA test proving that he's the father. Let's not waste our time with that. He wants you to believe that he goes into the room, and with his word, they begin to tussle. Him and Selena. Selena, who had a baby the day before, not only had a baby, she had surgery. She had a C-section. She told us that she was in a lot of pain. But he wants you to believe that they're in there slapping and fighting each other. Not only is she in pain from the C-section, as you saw on multiple body cams, she's hooked to an IV. She can't move around like that. But he wants you to believe that he's in there fighting with her, and she's the aggressor. It's not credible. So in the course of that, they're tussling, as he says. He pulls out the gun by his own admission. He says, my finger wasn't even on the trigger. Okay. So he walks towards Selena. He begins, by his own admission again, striking her with the gun. And in the course of trying to strike her again in the head, Jackie walks between them. Okay, we know that that's not credible. Who in their right mind is going to try to stop a fight with somebody with a gun? But that's what he wants you to believe. And during the course of trying to strike Selena, he accidentally discharges the gun. He accidentally puts a hole directly in the back of her head. That was an accidental shot? No, sir. The evidence shows that this was a deliberate kill shot, just like Selena said. Deliberate. And then he fires out the door and he shoots Annette. Oh, I wasn't even looking. Okay, you weren't looking, but you caused that shot right there directly to her face, and you shot 2 times, but you didn't intend to hurt anybody. Okay, sir. Stippling. What did the ME tell you about the stippling? That is burnt gunpowder. You only see that between 3 and 5 feet. Close range. All over her face. Credible evidence. Adding up. Adding up.
I'm Robert. What's your name, partner? What's your name? Talk to me. Okay. Okay, listen. We can work this out, partner, okay? All I want to do is just get the people outside, please. We can work this out. Just let them outside, okay? Just throw the gun outside. Throw the gun out, please. Throw the gun outside. Partner, we can work this out, man. Trust me.
If this was an accident, Selena's not going to be screaming bloody murder. Telling him to stop. Pleading with him to stop. He testified yesterday that after he accidentally shot these women, that he was looking for help. No, he wasn't looking for help. He's talking about he's got a hostage. He's refusing to come out of the room. No, ain't no working shit out. Y'all already know what time it is. Talking about a plan. The DA's right, he had a plan. He intended to go there to commit murder. Multiple murders. The defense attorney talks about, well, this evidence doesn't show a plan. We actually don't have to prove a plan to you. All we have to prove is that he intentionally and knowingly killed both victims during the same criminal transaction. But the evidence, the credible evidence here shows that he had a plan. And let's just be honest about this. At the end of the day, this man is a coward He's a coward. He's talking about we're gonna die today. Nah. Some other people are gonna die. Now, I would agree with Mr. Johnson on this, that Selena and his relationship, that's a toxic relationship. They were extremely troubled. I agree with him on that. But their trouble, that's what this is all about. She cheated on me. He brought their drama to these women. They didn't have anything to do with that, which shows that he is a coward. He killed, intentionally and knowingly killed 2 totally innocent victims. He told you that himself. These women were innocent. They didn't have anything to do with that drama and that mess that he was on that day. Yet here we are. Here we are. The overwhelming, incredible evidence shows that this defendant, Nestor Hernandez, intentionally and knowingly killed Jacqueline Pokuaa, Katie Annette Flowers on October 22nd, 2022. And I just want to close with this, going back to the jury's charge, bottom of pages 4 and 5. In order for you to even go to the lessers, and I agree with the DA, you're not going to make it there. You're not going to make it to those lessers. But in order for you to make it there, you have to all agree. All 12 of you have to agree that he is not guilty of capital murder. You all have to be unanimous on that. So if there's one person sitting back there saying that he is guilty of capital murder, hold to your convictions. Don't waver. Again, the evidence in this case is so very overwhelming. I don't anticipate that you will take very long with your verdict. But again, I ask that you keep these women in your mind as you deliberate on this case. Think about their families. Think about their friends. Think about their coworkers, the people that love them. You speak not only for those people, you speak for this community when you tell him that he's guilty of capital murder and that we're not going to tolerate this kind of foolishness and violence here in Dallas County. I submit to you that the only just and right verdict in this case is guilty of capital murder, and we will await that verdict. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have all the evidence in this case. You have the argument of counsel. You also have the court's charge. However, it's lunchtime, and so I'm going to release you for an hour's lunch. You will return at 1:45. And when you're all gathered in the jury room, please push the red button so we know that you're all there. And at that time, the court will give you the charge and other documents, relevant documents. Your first order of duty will be to select a presiding juror, and you'll have the form here, okay? You're still under my instructions. As you're at lunch, do not discuss with each other. Do not do any research. Do not discuss with anybody else. You are only to deliberate when all 12 of you are in the jury room. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right. The alternate jurors will be led to a separate room where they will stay throughout the deliberations unless something happens with one of the supplanted jurors. Then otherwise, please do not go contrary to any of the instructions that I've given you. We do not want a mistrial in this case. And as I said, push the red button. All of you are present. If you need a break, push the red button and the bailiff will come and attend to you. Okay? All right. See you at 1:45. All rise.
That's it, this person. No, the black. Yes.
I'm pissed. I'm so mad. Him saying that she's trying to, shift the blame to him because her actions caused that. I'm pissed. He's a freaking moron. Fighting with somebody, putting your sassy pants on, putting your toxic pants on. None of that causes those actions. What caused those actions is his client being a freaking institutionalized piece of crap who doesn't belong in society. That's what caused that. I look, anybody who's ever dated me can tell you I got a smart mouth on me. I'll get my sassy pants on. But not one time has my smart mouth resulted in the death of others. I have been in some god-awful relationships. Violent, terrifying, horrible relationships. Not one time did their actions cause me to take the life of somebody else. Pissed. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Travis trial when the DA pulled that crap and said that, well, both the prosecutors did, actually, the ADAs, pulled that crap and said that Travis deserved to get hit and that he brought it on himself by calling her a bitch after she called him a bitch. And they both blamed him for her attacking him and hitting him on the head with a Patron bottle and stuff. It reminds me of that victim blaming. That's the kind of crap that makes it hard when you are in a violent situation like that. That's the kind of bullshit that makes it so hard to let anybody know. Because when you're constantly being told by your abuser that it's your fault, and then you hear somebody who is in part of the legal profession and should be, somebody who knows the law and can, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. So let's just be clear that he's a moron and he would be better off selling, like Dean said, selling used cars instead of being a ridiculous victim blaming attorney. And you can have a toxic relationship, and you can have a smart mouth, and you can have, you know, your sassy pants, and you can have all that, but none of that makes her responsible for him murdering 2 innocent people. Idiot. All right. So, we have 1 hour until the jury comes back from lunch and they start deliberations. So we won't start our clock until 1 hour. Let's watch that interview.
On October.
Oops. Let's see.
There.
Like whenever my water broke, he's the one that took me over there and he stayed, you know.
Hernandez.
This is the interview. Let me move myself. From the what was it, like a year later or whatever it was, they said, or 8 months later, or whatever it was, from the former girlfriend, the one that we heard testify.
This was on parole for aggravated robbery and was on an ankle monitor. He initially wasn't supposed to be at the hospital, but got permission from his parole officer to visit Selena and his newborn son the next day. Selena says
that's a big hospital. It didn't look that big in the other pictures, but that's a huge hospital.
Visit Selena and his newborn son the next morning.
We were texting good at first. Like when he woke up, he FaceTimed me. He was like, how's the baby? Is the baby okay?
Selena says he didn't show up until just before 11 a.m. and appeared to be drunk. This is
there's the watermelon steel reserve.
surveillance video of him inside the hospital.
I was mad, you know, because he had a beer in his hand. Like, how would you come in the hospital with the beer?
She says he would get mean and jealous when he was drunk. He began accusing her of having another man in the room before he got there.
See, that's more too, because that's not just, oh, I think it's whatever, that, you know, I've got fire crotch or whatever he was saying, like that he was, if he's even saying something about her having somebody there right before he got
like,
there.
Nah, you got me messed up. Who's been in here? Like, I'm not done. He's like, I told you to stop playing with me. He's like, nah, we're gonna die today.
Selena said.
See, that's another thing too, saying we're gonna die today. And there was another comment that I read somewhere where he said something about whoever comes in here next is gonna die with us or whatever.
She was holding the baby in her arms, terrified he would kill them and anyone who walked through the door.
He was like, press the button, press the button. I was like, no, you tripping. And I had the baby, I had my baby right here, and he hit me on this side, and I thought he was gonna hit my baby. And then he just kept hitting me.
The felony charges that they were both charged with, that aggravated robbery, she was part of it. That's what I'm saying. Like, she is not what they call like a, you know, what they call like a perfect victim or whatever, where she's just, you know, innocent in all sense of the words. The thing is, though, she is still a victim in this.
She says that's when Jacqueline Pokuaa, a hospital caseworker, walked in.
Yeah, she had the papers and he got up and he just went like around. He just shot her and I was like trying to make eyes with her like I don't know. I was just like kept looking at her like trying to, like, I don't know. I don't even know what I was trying to do. And then he shot her and then that's when all that just happened.
Surveillance video released from the hospital shows what happens next. Police say Hernandez walked to the door and shot Nurse Annette Flowers. A Methodist police officer fired his weapon, shooting Hernandez in the leg.
A man with a gun up here.
Selena says Hernandez came back into the room and reloaded.
He went in his back pocket and he got like a little box of like bullets, and he started like reloading or whatever, and he just kept saying like, yeah, you see, like you thought this was a game, like we're gonna die today, like you enjoy your time with your baby, like we're gonna die.
And see, going back in and reloading and then saying all that, if that other officer, like if the Methodist worker hospital had not shot him in the leg, there's no telling, and had him go back in the room, whatever, after he got shot, there's no telling how many victims there could have been.
Selena says terrified, she tried to calm Hernandez down, and now he had the gun pointed at her.
He had the gun, just pointing. I knew he was like gonna kill me and then like kill himself.
Can you come out? Over here, please, come out.
Officers were calling for Hernandez to surrender, but Selena thought they were also talking to her.
I didn't want to.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to leave my baby. I didn't want. I don't know. I just didn't want. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to die in front of my baby.
Please, man, just do me a favor. Let them outside, please. Let them outside, please. That's all I'm asking.
In the video, you can hear Selena screaming and begging for officers not to shoot Hernandez.
Hands up. Okay. Don't shoot him.
She says she was trying to convince him to surrender, but he kept hitting her while she held the baby.
He was so close where he hit me, like he could have hit him and he would have died too, or just like it's just crazy. I don't even know why he did that. Like I kept asking him too, like why would you do this? Like what was the reason?
Selena says eventually Hernandez, who was shot, fell over and dropped the gun.
I jumped up and I got the gun, and the officers were like talking to us and stuff and was telling him like, to come outside, and I was like, I got the gun. I was like, I'm gonna throw it outside. I got the gun.
Dallas police officers who had been called to assist took Hernandez into custody. Selena says thinking back on that day has been difficult, especially knowing 2 innocent women lost their lives.
I'm so sorry for their loss.
Selena says she has a lot of regrets, like staying with Hernandez after the both of them went to prison at the same time for robbing a woman. She says after they were both released, she went back to him, even though she knew he was controlling, angry, and drank too much.
I should have left him whenever I seen how he was getting out of control with his drinking.
Selena says she has not spoken to Hernandez since that tragic day and has no desire to ever talk to him again. Instead, she says she's trying to focus on getting her son back. CPS took the baby and placed him in foster care. Selena says she does get to see him every day, but hates she can't take care of him or buy him the things he needs.
Like, it's just so hard right now. It's so hard.
Selena says she never imagined Hernandez would do something like this and says she wishes she could have stopped him. In Dallas, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
So, that was another thing too, that she was holding the baby and he was saying that the baby was in the crib thing or bassinet or whatever, but, it frustrates me because I feel like, you know, I agree with the comment a minute ago too, like, with them having, a lot of times, like if you have, I've seen where if you, committed a, like, serious felony with somebody else, then you're not allowed to have contact with that person. You're not allowed to, like, and I've seen papers where like, you're not allowed to have, if you're a convicted felon, you're not supposed to hang out with other convicted felons, like especially if you're on probation or parole or whatever. So for them to be allowed to be, back together is actually kind of surprising, for him to grant his parole officer or whatever to grant him permission to come off house arrest to go there. But them even being allowed to, see each other anyway if he's still on parole is actually kind of surprising, because a lot of places won't let you do that. A lot of counties won't let you do that. But that's something she's gonna have to live with forever, like the trauma that she's talking about with that, like that's something she's gonna have to live with forever. And she has a past, and she did things she shouldn't have, and she served her time. Hopefully she's changed her life, and she 100% should be held accountable for the things that she did, and she was charged and did her time. But it infuriates me hearing that attorney put the blame for this on her, like the things she did in her past were 100% her fault. This was not. It's really frustrating. I hate the victim blaming stuff. See, I guess after parole, maybe they were allowed to get together, but see, he was still on parole. That's what I don't get. And I mean, I know every county's different, but when having permission to visit, he should have been supervised. It would be nice if that was all. Having to be, like, think about how different it would be. Shunka Bacon says, I've been off probation and parole, PMP, since 2005, and the only right I have that hasn't been restored is the right to own a firearm, and I can hang out with anyone. Yeah, but he was still on parole. That's my thing. If he's still on parole, I know that there's a lot of counties that if you're still on parole or probation, you're not allowed to hang out with other felons. Not that it would stop them necessarily, but I mean, it could have stopped him from getting permission to go up there, Hi, welcome. Good to see you. True Crime Web says, I've conducted traffic stops with up to 4 felons on parole riding around together. They continue to make bad decisions. Steve, isn't that a thing in a lot of the counties in Georgia? If you're still on parole, then you're not supposed to hang out with other known felons. I know it's like that in some of the counties, but I don't know all of them. You would know, though. Let's see. We don't have a verdict watch counter yet because they're at lunch. So they're supposed to be back at 1:45, so we'll start our counter then. What are you going to do? Walk up and say, are you a felon? If they say yes, say, I got to leave. Yeah. You need to ask everybody for their rap sheet and their credit score and their blood type. Just joking. But I think like it's like the known felons. Like if it's like the ones you get in trouble with, the ones that, you know, it's supposed to be just like an extra like incentive to try to keep them from being bad. I've never seen a metal detector in a hospital. None of the ones I've been to. Okay, Dean says it's that way here in Nevada. Lynn K415 says, I have family members who have been in the similar situations where they have committed crimes together and they were not supposed to be together. Yes, Brandy, you are correct. Felons are not supposed to. See, that's what I thought and I'm sure it's different in, you know, some counties, whatever, but I know that a lot of them have that rule just to try to prevent, you know, because it's like if you have like a partner in crime, it's going to be a lot more likely that you're going to, you know, if y'all are already committing crimes together, you're going to be more likely to reoffend with that person. If you're hanging out in bad crowds, it's supposed to keep you from wanting to hang out in crowds you were in, etc. It's not something they can fully enforce all the time, but it's something that, like, if you're busted with people who you've been busted with before, even like at a traffic stop or something, then it can be a violation. Crystal Ray says, I wish hospitals had metal detectors for sure. Isn't that sad that it should be like that, though? Like, isn't that crazy? Can we shift gears to Charlie? Oh, the nodder. Oh, the nodder. Yeah, I'll pull it up. She says, we notify their parole officers and arrest the ones with warrants immediately. Guarantee multi-felons. Somebody has warrants. Yeah. Yeah. No, I've never been to Grady in Atlanta. We used Emory. What's even worse is this is a locked ward. Yeah, the maternity, because you have to have it like be buzzed in and stuff. That's the sad thing too, is like, you know, there's precautions to where like people can't just walk in, but he's allowed to be there because he's, you know, one of the dads. It's just, oh, so sad. I'm still catching up a little bit. Listened to STS for a bit today, and the panel was quite sure that Donna could be next. Yeah, I said the same thing. I think Donna's not far behind. I don't think that it did at all. I think that the only misconduct was from the nodder, and he's the one who, I can already tell you, there is not a doubt in my mind that he's the one who contacted Rashi. And the reason why is because they said that it's an alternate juror and it's a male. There were 3 alternate jurors and only 2 of them were males. One of them was the nodder, and he was the one who was so obviously, like, you know, fanboy over Charlie that it was disgusting to watch him And I even told y'all in chat, I was like, if he's on the jury, because we had been told he was an alternate because those were the seats, you know, where the alternates sit or whatever. But, you know, of course they don't know that. So he didn't know he was an alternate. And I still had like that fear, like, okay, what if he's not, you know? And I even said, if he's on the jury, it's going to be a hung jury. And when he found out he wasn't on the jury, he was pissed. His face. I mean, I was chatting y'all about it as it was happening, like, y'all, he's mad. If it was really an issue, he would have gone to the bailiff like he went to the bailiff about everything else. He went to the bailiff about, you know, somebody nodding their head. He went to the bailiff about somebody talking. He went to the bailiff about every other little thing in the whole entire world, except for the one major thing. That's bullshit. He's full of crap. He's mad because he wasn't on the jury. He's mad because he was Charlie's biggest fan and he got dismissed. If it was really something that was to be concerned about, he would have gone to the bailiff like he did everything else, or he would have gone to the court, or he would have gone to the clerk, or whoever it is that he's actually having the contact with. He wouldn't have gone to Rashi. He contacted defense after the verdict because he's a problem and he wanted to be a problem. He's full of crap. Full of crap. We can look it up though. He's full of crap, but we'll look it up. Let's see. Charlie Ados. Ooh. So small. So small. The defense lawyer for Charlie Adelson, who was found guilty Monday in the murder for hire killing of Dan Markell, is asking that the 12-person jury be interviewed about a group chat that members reportedly established before the trial ended. In a motion filed Tuesday, Miami attorney Dan Rashbaum wrote that he was contacted Monday, just minutes after the verdicts were announced, by one of 3 alternate jurors who were dismissed before deliberations began. The juror gave his name and cell number and asked that Rashbaum contact him. I have a question for you, the juror wrote. He said in the motion, which was labeled sealed but available on the court's website, that he contacted the jurors shortly afterward. The alternate juror advised that several days ago, but he didn't contact him until right after the guilty verdict. Several days ago, one or more members of the jury asked all other jurors for their telephone numbers, after which some sort of group chat was established. While the alternate juror was unaware of what was said on the group chat, he explained he felt this was something the parties and the court should be aware of. But he wasn't worried about it until after the verdict. Rashi said that the juror was asked whether any discussions took place in the group chat about the case, but he said he didn't know. And you know what? All the more reason I think it's the nodder, because nobody would have wanted him in a group chat. Just saying. We do not know, and absent juror interviews cannot know what the substance of any extrinsic, juror communication was, or if those communications involved outside information about the case or constituted premature deliberations, Rashbaum wrote. What we do know is that this particular juror was uncomfortable enough to reach out to us. Oh, he was uncomfortable? Let me tell you who was uncomfortable. The girl sitting next to him, who he kept getting all up on, she was uncomfortable. The girl in the front row who he winked at, that was part of the media, she was uncomfortable. The rest of us who were sitting there as he's leaned up all the way up so that he can see and stare into the gallery to keep telling the bailiff about stuff that he's watching instead of paying attention to the trial when somebody's life is on the line. That was uncomfortable. He was so wildly inappropriate that it was uncomfortable for all of us to watch, because there's literally all this testimony going on about things that are so important, and he was so wildly inappropriate that it was uncomfortable to watch. And it was so obvious that everybody in the gallery, we all noticed it. We all saw it. Crazy. Shaming a juror, that is not cool. Well, I ain't done yet. There's going to be more coming, so it's coming. And I'm not shaming a juror. I'm shaming an alternate juror who deserves it based on his behavior. The fact that he was so concerned with the ladies in the gallery as opposed to the testimony going on was uncomfortable to watch. Why didn't they dismiss him prior? I think probably because they knew that he was the third alternate. And I heard from multiple people, actually, separate, not people that were together, but multiple separate people afterwards, that they contacted the attorney's office, the district attorney's office, and actually told them about his behavior and how concerned they were about it. He was so over the top and inappropriate that it was uncomfortable to watch. I'm actually surprised that they didn't say something to him about it beforehand, though, because it was so over the top that, like, it's, you know, you're not supposed to talk about the trial while it's going on. You're not supposed to deliberate until after, you know, and because his actions were so over the top, to me, that's the same as communicating about the trial. He was making it so obvious that he was, like, you know, shaking his head no and, like, doing like this, and, you know, but then when defense was up there, he was like, you know, he was making it so obvious what he was pushing for, that to me, that is a form of communication, and it should not have been allowed. I am shocked that they didn't do anything about it. And I don't know if it's because, you know, he was third alternate or what, but I know that multiple people, and by multiple, I mean every damn one of us, was like, he's a problem. It was uncomfortable to watch. And look, I'm the first to tell you, like, I can't fix my face, and I know that. This was so far beyond that. I'm going to make a face. I'm going to roll my eyes. I'm going to, you know, I'm going to do all that before. And I can't even fix it by the time I've already done it. But this was so far beyond that. It was so animated that it was uncomfortable to watch. It was crazy. I would give anything for y'all to have been able to see it, to understand just how over the top it was. Because I feel like even when I tell you, it sounds like I'm like exaggerating it or something. But I mean, you can see, like, any of the other YouTubers that were there, everybody talked about the same guy. Like, it was so far over the top that I don't even think, like, I would give anything for y'all to have seen just how animated it was, you know? Using all of my investigative skills, I sense Brandy thinks this juror's a nut. Yes, I do. I do. It was crazy. People thought the judge didn't notice, but I feel like he did. He had to have, because he was on the back row, but he was the closest to the door, and which makes him also closest to the judge. Most dismissed alternates go home. They don't hang out at the courthouse for the verdict. Y'all, when they announced that he was one of the alternates, his face, he was like, and then he's like looking at the other two alternates like, can y'all believe this? It was so over the top. It was crazy. I would give anything for y'all to have been able to see that on video. It was so wild. So wild. Let's see. But Rashi says that juror was uncomfortable. We were uncomfortable because of him, but okay. Rashbaum noted in his motion that he conferred with prosecutors, but that they opposed the request. And I know that they know about it too, because of, like I said, there were multiple people who told me while we were out there, waiting on the verdict. I had one lady tell me that she emailed the district attorney's office. I had one that told me that he had talked to Georgia's assistant or something at her office, like telling them about it. So I know that there are at least two that did contact the attorney's office about it. Would I interview him if he agreed? Yeah. I think we all want to know what the hell is going through. I mean, we know for the most part what's going through his mind. He made it very clear. But I would, just to hear what he had to say. It was a mess, y'all. It was a mess. Let's see. Given the extensive publicity surrounding this case and the intense media and community interest in its outcome, we believe that an interview of the jurors, either by this court or by undersigned counsel, is required to ensure the integrity of the jury's verdict in this case. The jury deliberated for only about 3 hours Monday before returning guilty verdicts on all 3 charges against Adelson: first-degree murder and conspiracy and solicitation to commit murder. Adelson, 47, faces life in prison. He is the 4th person to be convicted in the fatal shooting of Markel, his former brother-in-law, who was killed amid a bitter child custody fight with Adelson's younger sister, Wendy. Luis Rivera, one of the 2 hitmen who came to Tallahassee to kill Markel, pleaded guilty in 2016 and is serving 19 years in prison. The other, Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Magbanawa. Y'all, when I was reading about this before, I've made it a point to pronounce their names correctly as much as I can. But, I read about all this stuff before I ever hear it spoken out loud, and then I get like the spelling in my head. But can we just acknowledge that I have actually made it a point to pronounce them the right way instead of how I pronounced them for the first 2 years based on everything I read? And I feel like that's progress, and I feel like that should be celebrated. Adelson's ex-girlfriend and the mother of Garcia's children were convicted at trial, sentenced to life in prison. So, yeah. This guy. I don't think it's going to amount to anything either. Look, the jurors are allowed to have a group text. They're allowed to talk. They're just not allowed to talk about the trial. And if there's any of them who I would think were actually trying to communicate at the trial, it would be the Nodder. Everybody had a different nickname for him, though. Like, I called him the Nodder. Katie Kool-Aid called him businessman, but that was before he was so animated. There were multiple nicknames. Like, I mean, but that's what, like when anytime you're looking at jurors, there's always like nicknames on how you address them because you can't call them by name, obviously. But oh yeah, Fredo Bang, he follows me on Twitter, and I told him I was going to interview him after the Melly case, but now they're having to retry it, and I'm pretty sure they sent him a subpoena again. He was listed as everything, so I still can't talk to him anyway. I can't do anything until that trial is over. With it being a hung jury, I can't do anything. Because he can't talk about anything before. I'm definitely watching the Ryan Fitzpatrick. There's a Ryan Fitzpatrick interview. Interview with who? Stephanie, spill the tea. Who's the interview with? Yeah, everybody was talking about him. How positive am I that it was the Nodder? I would say 98% sure. 99.9% sure. Because there were only 3 alternates. It's a male alternate, and he went to the defense attorney. And so one of the alternates was a female, so that leaves 2 male alternates. Of the 2, there was only one who was so over the top pro-defense that he would have reached out to the defense attorney as opposed to the court officials who were actually the ones who he was in communication with the entire time. I did the first Melly trial, and it brings so many trolls, and I got death threats, and not a fan. I like to focus on facts and opinions. And that trial brings in a lot of people who don't. Like, we would just get flooded with like hashtag free Melly coming in here. It's like, oh, I have no opinions on actual evidence or thoughts or theories, but, you know, screw the victims. Free Melly. I don't like that. Ryan Fitzpatrick is the friend who, or used to be friends with Charlie, who testified. Agreed. Agreed. Oh, Ryan Fitzpatrick interview on A Legal Focus at 7. Oh, interesting. He was not a fan of Charlie. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. Hello, good morning. Or, you know, whatever. Afternoon, evening. They are coming back at 1:45 Central. So we've got like 20 20 minutes till they come back. He was a fan of barbed wire. Do you think Charlie will get fan letters from crazy women? Yes. There's some in every crowd. Crazy. Look, even Murdoch gets fan letters. Let's see. I already wrote him one. There you go. All right, so let's do this. I'm gonna take Lucy outside real quick. And then we've got about 15-20 minutes until they're supposed to come back. And when they do, we will start our verdict watch counter thingy. Could you imagine? Think about old Charlie going from like driving Ferraris and going on all these vacations, and some of them not legal, on his little sex vacations and whatnot. Think about all that nonsense he was doing and this big life he's living and all that. And now he's going to be in his forever home in totally different kind of gated community. Think about how different those two lives are. It's going to be hard on him. But you know who else is going to be hard on? Dan Markel's kids. So I hope he enjoys his forever home. Debbie's here, gifted a membership. Thank you, thank you. It went to Diane Marie. Diane Marie, welcome. You look good in green. Debbie's here, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate y'all. I love the gifted memberships because then more people get to be green and they get to use all of our emojis and they get to have all of our fun. I love it. Thank you so much. All right, I am going to take Lucy Girl out for a minute and let her do her thing. And then I'll be back in just a couple minutes and then we'll get the verdict clock going. Most of the people yesterday said under an hour, so we'll see. We'll see. And then I'll talk to y'all too about our next trial. All right, we'll be right back. Hello. Hello. Ooh, canes. I prefer Zaxby's. Zaxby's sounds good. I was literally just thinking I'm craving chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets and a McHandgun. How about them dogs? Yes. Let's see here. All right. We'll get us a little timer going. Verdict watch. Okay. Have I ever eaten at Cane's? Yes. But I prefer Zaxby's. Coleslaw belongs in the trash? No. Look, there is nothing better than some pulled pork with some coleslaw on a bun. Like that's it. You have to put coleslaw on your barbecue sandwiches. Or hot dogs. Chili dogs. My nanny makes real good coleslaw. I would eat just like bowls of her coleslaw. It's really good. Look, I'm like sitting here like hungry. And I come back and I'm sitting here thinking about chicken nuggets while Miss Priss is out there wandering around. And I come back and y'all are all talking about food and chicken. It's a sign. And I have no groceries here because I haven't had a chance to go yet. Look, I'm just reading all y'all stuff. Like, it's just nothing but food talking here. Potato salad. I love potato salad. I make good potato salad, but there's like 28 different variations of it. I like making baked potato salad. And some people like the mustard type. Yeah, if you don't put coleslaw on your pulled pork, you are hereby exiled to Canada. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. It's a DoorDash. I am going to DoorDash. What do we want? We want chicken nuggets. Okay, so I haven't had chicken nuggets in so long. But I don't have groceries yet. and they've closed my floor. I tried to go this morning because I thought I had seen on our homeowners association website thing that it was going to be open. So I was like, oh yes, I can go grab some of my other stuff that I forgot, like groceries and some of my medicine and stuff. Nope, it was closed. Missed that. Maybe we'll do Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. Can't go wrong with Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. Do I remember the address here? Yes, I do. Sweet tea. I like chicken nuggets and sweet tea. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm ordering nuggets. See, if we get a verdict today, I might actually have time to go to... Oh, no, I can't because I got to go. I have somewhere to be tonight. Maybe I can go to the grocery store tomorrow. Yes, that's the address. Chicken nuggets and sweet tea. On the way. Bro, he should have stocked this place up before I came and stayed here. Rude. Just joking. At least he's letting me stay here. That'd be out for 2 whole weeks. Head into Canada. You must not like coleslaw on your pulled pork. Dill popcorn? What is dill popcorn? I live where the first Zaxby's was ever located. Oh. Where was the first Zaxby's located? I feel like it has to be down south because when I lived in Ohio for those few years, we didn't have them up there. Potato salad's good if you make it right. I like baked potato salad. We are here tomorrow. Actually, this is a good time for us to talk about that. I'll show you what is on the plan as of now for tomorrow. I'm out of my condo for 2 weeks because they're redoing the floors in the hallway. Fluffy Bot said, see, I am not crazy. That's debatable. Debatable. Lynn K415, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You just bought my chicken nuggets and my sweet tea. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And my barbecue sauce. Lindsay Hendricks said baked beans are so sexy. Not. I reckon that depends on who's eating them. Because look, I stopped making them in my house with my ex because sexy is not the word I would use. When it comes to baked beans. Yeah, they are coming back from lunch or they came back from lunch at 1:45. So this is actually like probably 2 minutes. Hold on, let me see. I have to. So actually like 12 minutes, right? We'll try that. There. My time's a little off. Maybe that's where I went wrong. Maybe I should have fed him that before I fed him his stupid beans. Refresh the channel for what? What are we refreshing for? Okay, I'm caught up on chat now. All right. So let me show y'all. I mentioned this one the other day, and they started a couple days ago, so we can start on it tomorrow and kind of play catch up like we did with this one, which will be nice because then we can fast forward through it. I haven't seen any other ones that are starting tomorrow, so that's why I was thinking we could do this one. Oops. So this is the Milwaukee, we had talked about it a little bit. This is the Milwaukee off-duty cop who, I guess, put his friend or put the guy in a chokehold and end up killing him. So they were trying to decide if, I guess if it was murder or, let's see. We talked about it the other day. So Joel Acevedo had likely consumed a high level of cocaine recently before the incident with Michael Mattioli. He had also been drinking blood alcohol, BAC of roughly 0.2, which is about 4 hours before he became unconscious. So Mattioli, he was an off-duty police officer. He faces 1 count of first-degree reckless homicide in the April 2020 death of Joel Acevedo. He was at a party the victim was at a party at Mattioli's home. The following morning, after an argument, Mattioli restrained Acevedo for several minutes. That's what, like the chokehold or whatever, according to prosecutors. And he died 6 days later in the hospital. The defense has argued that his drug use, as well as a history of medical conditions like chronic asthma, led to his death, not Mattioli's actions. So that's the one that it's in Milwaukee. Because I don't know of any other ones that are starting. Ooh, brisket. I love brisket. Back to food already. Danny Don says tomorrow is a holiday. Remember, no courts tomorrow. So with this one, it's already started. So we would be doing like a catch up tomorrow. Kind of how we did with this one yesterday, where we got 2 days done in 1 day. We technically got a whole trial done in 1 day. But that's the only one I know of. I mean, the other one that they have is the hit and run, which started this week too. We could do a catch up on that one, but I know there's other people covering that one. So I wanted to try to find something that nobody else is covering. Exit out of that. We can do a poll. Your order has been picked up. Look at DoorDash. All right. Which trial? Because either way, we're going to be playing catch up. All right, hit and run, murder trial, or off-duty cop chokehold trial. I'm good with either. The only thing is I try to do stuff that you can't really see other places. See, with us on Verdict Watch today, I don't think we're going to have a very long deliberation. Off-duty, is he testifying right now? Let's see. Oops. We can watch it.
Another part of the problem, if not a bigger part of the problem, is he has lower oxygenated blood, right?
It would result in a hypoxia that he would have occurred. There was a note.
They have so much going right now. Right now,
Be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain or penalty of perjury. Thank you. You can have a seat there. Speak clearly into the microphone. State your name and spell it for the record.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Mattioli, Mattioli.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mattioli, what part of the city do you currently reside?
In the south side of Milwaukee.
And were you born and raised on the south side of Milwaukee?
I was.
Did you go to high school on the south side of Milwaukee?
In St. Francis, yes.
Where in St. Francis?
Thomas More High School.
And did you graduate from Thomas More High School?
I did.
And tell us what year you graduated from Thomas More High School.
That was 2005.
And when you graduated from Thomas More High School in 2005, can you tell us, please, how you continued the rest of your adult life?
In 2006, I was hired with the Milwaukee Police Department as a police aide.
And how long is the police aid program?
yeah, this is him.
You stay a police aide until you reach 21 years of age, and then you enter the police academy.
So roughly 3 years?
Right.
When you completed the police aid program, did you then continue on at the police academy?
I did.
And how long is the academy program?
Roughly 6 months.
So you get 3 years of pre-police training as an intern, and then you get full police training at the academy.
The jury call button. Is it lit up? Or are they just showing it so that we can watch it? Their little person isn't saying anything. I don't know if they're... just showing us so that we can see. if it lights up. Get out of the way. No biggie, we just have 47 screens going over here.
Correct.
And when you graduated from the academy, were you then sworn in as a Milwaukee police officer?
I was.
And were you assigned to a particular district?
I was. I went to District 7.
And did you remain at District 7 your entire career as a police officer?
Not the entire time, no.
Take us through your progression as a police officer, please, from the time you began at District 7 until the time you got a new assignment.
Sure. I started at District 7 in 2009. I stayed there for only a few weeks, and I shipped off to go to basic training for the Army.
Tell us about that. How is it that a brand new officer who had just completed the training program and then had gone to the academy decided to enlist in the National Guard?
I enlisted in the National Guard before I went through the police academy, but the Army was kind enough to put off my shipment date until after I graduated the police academy.
Right. And tell us why a aspiring young officer would enlist in the National Guard.
I felt the need to serve my country, and I could do both at the same time. I could be a police officer and be in the National Guard at the same time.
Another way to say that is serve your community and serve your country at the same time.
Nurse for God, gifted membership. Thank you, thank you.
And after you completed basic training in
Hold on, my chicken nuggets are here.
reserves, did you then return to District 7 as a full-time Milwaukee police officer?
I did.
All right. And tell us about your career at District 7.
Sure. I started off District 7. I started field training. I finished that, and then for the first summer, I walked the beat. And then after that, I became a general patrol officer for a few years. After a few years of general patrol, I joined a burglary suppression unit in District 7, and later I joined the anti-gang unit in District 7, and I remained there for the remainder of my time at District 7.
District 7 patrols what part of the city of Milwaukee?
The district itself is on 36 and Fond du Lac, and the borders are roughly from Center Street north to Villard, 32nd Street all the way west to the border of Wauwatosa area.
And with respect to those specific task force, are those merit-based? I mean, how does one get in the position to serve in that capacity?
I expressed my my interest in working on those units, and then I was ultimately picked by a supervisor.
All right. And then you moved your career as an officer downtown, is that right?
I did. I was accepted onto the robbery task force downtown Milwaukee.
And where is the robbery task force, or where was the robbery task force at that time based?
It was in the District Number 1 building down here.
Right next door?
Right over there.
And you were part of the robbery task force. Was that a particular unit within District 1 or CIB, I think it was called?
Right. It was a unit within the Criminal Investigation Bureau.
The robbery task force was within the Criminal Investigation Bureau at District 1.
Right.
And did you remain as a part of the Criminal Investigation Bureau until your time with the department ended?
I did, yes.
All right. I want to direct your attention to March
I want to know why this came on.
of the year 2020. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And around March 2000, well, let me back up. When you came downtown into the CIB and the robbery task force, were you afforded certain privileges in terms of additional outside work?
I was.
All right, tell us about that, please.
As a police officer, you can work multiple different overtime events downtown, like at the Pfizer Forum or Summerfest events or at the Northwestern Mutual Building.
That's what I'm thinking.
And did you take advantage of that?
I did. I worked a lot of those.
And in particular, with respect to the Northwestern Mutual Life Building, you were working overtime as a Milwaukee police officer patrolling that campus, is that right?
Right.
And in that context, did you have occasion to meet a fellow by the name of Joel Acevedo?
Yes, he was working at the Northwestern Mutual Building as a security guard, and that's how I met him.
All right. And do you have a belief as to what time frame you first met Mr. Acevedo at, while the two of you were working at Northwestern Mutual?
It was in 2019. I don't know the exact time.
All right. Moving ahead then to 2020 and in March, well, let me ask it this way. Before March of 2020, did you ever have any other kind of relationship with Mr. Acevedo other than a professional relationship at NML?
Over the course of about a year of me working at Northwestern, we became friendly, and we were able to socialize at one time together.
And would that have been in March of 2020?
It was.
All right, that's really what I'm trying to get at in an awkward way. So in 2020, you and Mr. Acevedo went out socially for the first time, is that right?
We did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked, actually received in the
I'm like obsessing over their light now.
You saw the picture of yourself, Mr. Acevedo, and Mr. Janowski from March of 2020?
Earlier in this case, yes, I did.
Do you recall that photograph?
I do.
As I recall it, it was the three of you gentlemen dressed in green T-shirts out celebrating something. Is that fair?
Right. It was a St. Patrick's Day celebration.
Right, tell us what you remember about that particular day.
The four of us went out to it was a pub crawl. We went down.
Let me stop you for a minute. The photograph shows you, Mr. Janowski, and Mr. Acevedo. Do you believe there was an additional person?
Right, Chris Peters was there.
Mr.
Also.
Peters was with you, but not part of that photograph.
Right.
All right, continue, I'm sorry.
The four of us went to the bars downtown Milwaukee here. It was a pub crawl for St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day.
It was nothing spectacular. It was nothing out of the ordinary.
Unremarkable in most respects.
Right.
Was it significant relative to the facts of this case because that is the day that you introduced Mr. Janowski and Mr. Peters to Mr. Acevedo?
Right, that was the first time.
Prior to that day, Mr. Acevedo was only known to you, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And did Mr. Acevedo appear to get along with Mr. Janowski and Mr. Peters after you made that introduction?
Yes.
And in fact, do you have a recollection of approximately what time you called it quits from the pub crawl?
I do. It was about 9 o'clock. I went home.
And how'd you get home?
I took an Uber.
All right. And did Mr. Janowski and Mr. Peters and Mr. Acevedo remain?
I know Andrew went home around the same time as me, and Christopher and Joel stayed behind.
Mr. Acevedo and Mr. Peters continued the party.
Right.
All right. Fast forward now to the next month, April 18th of 2020, the reason that we're all here today. You remember that night?
I do.
Clear as day?
I remember.
And how was it that you, Mr. Acevedo, Mr. Peters, and Mr. Janowski came together that particular night?
It was a Saturday night, and I invited them to come over to my house.
And what was your purpose in inviting over those?
I love the accent. I try to do
guys?
it.
Just to come over, have a couple of drinks, and sit around we had a fire in the backyard, and that was all.
And did you do that?
We did.
And did you remain outside the whole night?
No. Eventually we went inside the house.
And had you been drinking most of the night from the time all three of your guests arrived until the end of the night?
Yes, we did.
Would that apply equally to all four of you?
Yes, all of us.
And was there an understanding before they came over as to whether Mr. Peters or Mr. Janowski, or for that matter, Mr. Acevedo, were going to spend the night, or was there not an understanding?
There was an understanding for Christopher and for Andrew. They had both slept in my house before, so it was kind of just implied that they were welcome to stay over. Joel had never slept in my house before, but at some time during the night, he asked me, "Is it okay if I sleep over?" And I said, "Yeah, absolutely. We've all been drinking, so it's fine. You can stay here."
Had Mr. Acevedo ever even been to your home before that night?
He had been there the night that we were talking about, the Shamrock Shuffle. We all met at my house, but then we never went inside my house that day. So he had been there one other time.
All right, so at some point during the night, you had conversation with Mr. Acevedo, made it clear to him that it was okay, since he had had that too much to drink, that he could stay over, no problem.
Right.
All right. And did you move the party inside at some point?
Yes, eventually we went inside.
And when you went inside, where'd you go?
We sat in the kitchen at the kitchen table.
And people continued to drink?
Yes, we did.
All right. And as far as you knew, Mr. Mattioli, was alcohol the only substance being consumed that night by you and your guests?
As far as I knew, yes.
At any point, did you observe any of your guests using cocaine or engaging in conduct that was suggestive of cocaine use?
No.
And so if it was going on, you had no knowledge of it and it was being kept from you, is that fair?
That's fair.
Had you known that your guests were using cocaine and an illicit, illegal narcotic in your home, how would you have responded?
I would have kicked him out of my house.
Okay, you're a sworn police officer, or you were at the time, and are you a drug user, or were you a drug user yourself?
Almost.
No.
So, do you have a recollection of what time approximately you called it quits for the night?
I don't remember the exact time I went to bed. I know it was late. It was after midnight sometime.
Right. And based upon your recollection, were you the first or last to go to bed?
I don't remember exactly who all went to bed at what time, but I believe Andrew was going to sleep around the same time as me.
Do you know where Mr. Janowski slept that evening?
He slept on the couch in the living room on the first floor.
And where did you go to sleep for the night?
I went upstairs in my bedroom.
And when you got to your bedroom, did you brush your teeth, get in your pajamas, climb under the covers, and go night-night?
Nope, I just laid in bed and went to sleep.
In your clothes?
Yes.
Kind of fell into your bed on top of your sheets and passed out. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And did you remain there until the following morning?
I did.
And how were you awakened the following morning?
I woke up because I felt somebody touching me, and I felt somebody rummaging through my pocket of my pants that I had on, my right pocket.
Your right front pants pocket?
Right.
And did you open your eyes?
I did.
And what did you see?
I saw that it was Joel standing over me, and he was rummaging through my pockets, and I woke up and I stood up, or I'm sorry, I sat up on the bed, and he quickly took his hand out of my pocket and took a step back.
And what did you do?
I asked him, I said, "What are you doing?"
And did he respond?
No, he was silent. He didn't say anything back.
And what did you do next?
The next thing I said to him was, "Really? You're going to steal from me just like that?"
And what did you mean by that?
Just what I said. I asked him, basically, why are you stealing from me?
This was your friend in your home.
Right.
You had invited him over, and now you had discovered his hand in your pocket while you were sleeping.
Right.
You asked him about it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
And you asked him about it?
I did.
And he had no answer?
He didn't respond.
What did he do next?
I asked him what he was doing. He didn't respond. Then I said, really, why are you stealing from me? And then he immediately became defensive, loud, angry. He started yelling, saying, no, I didn't steal from you. I didn't steal from you. And while he was doing that, he was taking other things out of his pockets and throwing them at me, saying, look, I didn't steal anything from you. And I'm still laying on my bed, and he's throwing all these things that he had in his pockets on me.
While denying that he was doing what you suspected he was doing.
Right.
What you saw him do.
Right.
And what you felt him do.
That's right.
Okay, then what happened?
The next thing I said was, you need to leave my house right now.
And why did you tell him that?
Because I had just seen him trying to steal from me in my bedroom, and it was in my dark bedroom, and I knew what he was doing, even though he's denying it. I knew it just happened.
Okay. So, what happened next?
Yeah, he said
I stood up out of bed,
I guess.
and I told him, you need to leave. I stood up out of bed, and he walked down the stairs first, and I walked behind him.
And the two of you arrived on the first floor within seconds of one another?
Right.
Did you continue to tell him he needed to leave?
I did. I told him to leave my house probably about 15 times, and he refused.
Now, when you got to the bottom of the stairs, that's right at the front door, is that right?
The front door is there, yes, at the bottom of the stairs.
Right. Is that a door that you commonly use?
No, we'd never really used that door.
And was there a reason you didn't use the door?
Yeah, yes. Everybody just used the kitchen door in my house, the side door, and the front door, something was wrong with the door handle. It was really messed up, so nobody really used it.
Just functionally, it's not a door you used in your home.
That's right.
Is your home a palace?
No, it was not a palace.
Modest, small South Side home.
It was a small house.
Okay, so Joel, you need to leave, you need to leave, you need to leave. What's he doing in response?
We're in the living room. Joel was in the living room. He was pacing back and forth in my living room. And I just kept telling him, no, you need to leave. I was pointing like this towards my kitchen door, saying, you need to get out of my house.
Let me stop you there. What you saw, Mr. Oswaldo, in terms of the pacing and the aggression and the anger, is that the way Mr. Oswaldo had appeared to you either the previous night when you were all sitting out by the fire and then later as you came in, or any point prior to that in your relationship with him?
No. In the morning, he was a completely different person than I've ever seen him before.
Okay, so you're pointing to the kitchen door, you need to leave, and he's pacing back and forth, and what does Mr. Oswaldo do next?
Well, he was yelling at me, and I was telling him to leave, and he would say, no, fuck you, I didn't do anything, and other words I can't remember. He was pacing back and forth, and Andy was sleeping on the couch right there. Joel shook Andy and woke him up, and Andy stood up off from the couch and just kind of stood there and was probably trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, what was going on?
Well, I was yelling at Joel to leave the house, and he was yelling back at me. That's what was happening right there.
And to that point, had anyone come into physical contact with anyone else?
Not yet.
Did that change?
It did.
When?
Shortly after this, Christopher Peters came upstairs. This is the point when Joel, he lunged at me and he hit me in my chest area right here.
When you said he hit you, did he punch you? Did he grab you? Did he slap you?
He lunged at me with his right arm and kind of pushed me and hit me right here.
Right. And did you stagger from that?
I took a step back.
And Describe for this jury, please, what size of man Mr. Oswaldo was.
He was a large man. He was about as tall as me. I'm 6'3". I know he was around 270 pounds, and I was about 230 pounds at the time.
So to lay this scene out, you're in your small living room in a small, modest home. Mr. Oswaldo is refusing to leave. He's pacing back and forth in a way that you've never seen him before, and he reaches out and pushes you in your chest, making physical contact with you for the first time.
That's right.
You mentioned Mr. Peters. Do you know where he slept that evening?
I think he slept in the basement.
And you say he came up. Does that mean that you saw him walk up from the basement to the first floor where you, Mr. Janowski, and Mr. Oswaldo were standing?
Right. Christopher walked up. Well, he walked around the corner right from where the basement door was. So I assume he came from the basement.
Okay, I'll show you what has been received as Exhibit 25, and ask you if that is the area of your living room, the stairs leading upstairs from where you and Mr. Oswaldo came, and the archway where Mr. Peters came up from the basement.
That's right.
You can actually see all of those things in Exhibit 25, am I right?
Yes.
When Mr. Peters came up from the basement, where was he standing?
Right in that archway. Kind of around the corner to the left, but in the archway.
I'm
Right.
pointing with my index finger on the left side of the archway. Is that where you're describing?
Yes.
And that would be an area just around the corner from the landing of the stairway leading down to the basement.
That's right.
And where was Mr. Oswaldo, as you recall?
He was standing right near the Kramer poster right there.
I'm pointing in the middle underneath this poster. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Of where Mr. Oswaldo was at this point?
Yes.
And where were you?
Just to the left of that, by the stairs.
And when Mr. Oswaldo lunges at you for the first time, does anything get knocked over?
Not that time, no.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, so you've seen a photograph with the lamp. Where was the lamp stationed?
He had that tall silver lamp, and that was standing right by the poster. Right
He's
there.
saying it's because he was doing cocaine and had asthma and stuff. It's not because of him putting him in a
On the
chokehold.
left, in the middle, or on the right side?
I believe it was right to the right of the poster.
Right here, where my index finger is now.
Right.
Was it plugged into this outlet, if you know?
Yes.
Okay. What happens after Mr. Oswaldo lays hands on you and Mr. Peters now is up on the landing in the first floor?
I remember I pointed at Joel and I said to Christopher, I looked at Christopher and I said, he was stealing from me. And the next thing I know, Joel swings and punches Christopher right in the face.
Right in the face?
Right in the face. And it was a hard punch. I could hear the connection. It was a good punch.
Bone on bone.
Right. It was like a cracking noise.
Cracking noise of Mr. Oswaldo's fist to Mr. Peters' face.
That's right.
What happened to Peters after he got smoked in the face?
Smoked in the face.
Peters fell backwards around that corner and out of my view.
And what happened to Mr. Oswaldo after he took the punch at Mr. Peters?
Joel, he took that punch so hard that it knocked him off balance and he fell over. And when he did that, he knocked over that lamp and the lamp fell down towards me and the glass broke everywhere and it was just chaos for a second there.
So the force of Mr. Oswaldo's punch at Mr. Peters, suppose coupled with drinking all night, caused him to lose his balance and actually fall on the floor himself?
That's right.
And you described the scene now as chaos.
It was. All that happening in a tight spot. It was tight.
Oh, all in a tight spot.
Right.
So all this jostling is going on, in a matter of minutes after you're awakened from a sound sleep.
That's right.
Chaos.
It was.
And as soon as you see Mr. Acevedo on the ground, what do?
I saw Joel, when he fell over, he started to get back up. And that's when I got on top of him because I didn't want him to stand back up. I knew that as soon as he got back up, there was going to be more punches thrown, and I did not want that to happen.
Okay, so you did what?
I got on top of him and tried to basically wrestle him to the ground to keep him back down so he
What
couldn't
was your
stand up.
purpose in doing that? I understand you said you didn't want him to get back up, but did you punch Mr. Acevedo then?
No,
Did
never.
you kick him?
No.
And by the way, did you have a service revolver in the home that day?
I did have my duty gun in the house, yes.
Did you ever for 1 minute think of retrieving your duty revolver?
I did not.
And why didn't you punch Mr. Acevedo in response to him putting his hands on you and punching Mr. Peters in the face?
I didn't feel the need to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to hold him down until the police could arrive.
And as you get on top of him, did he continue to struggle with you?
He did.
And how was he struggling physically?
I was on top of him. He was trying to stand back up, and I was trying to keep him on the ground. And we kind of wrestled our way into the kitchen area.
Okay, and you have a pet, Mr. Mattioli?
A pet? I do. I have a small dog.
And was the dog around?
It was.
And was there a dog food bowl in the kitchen?
There was.
And in the process of wrestling with Mr. Acevedo and trying to keep him to the ground, did the bowl get knocked over?
It did.
And the lamp you spoke of you see that on Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
Is that the lamp that got knocked over as you and Mr. Acevedo are hustling?
Yes, that's it.
Hustling, scruffling.
And Exhibit 5 shows it at the bottom of the stairway as well, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the stairway leading to the basement, or that's the stairway leading up to your bedroom?
Leading up to my bedroom.
And throughout this struggle, is Mr. Acevedo continuing to try to stand up?
Yes, he was.
And is he making it easy, or is he fighting back?
He was fighting back. I think it was several times I had his arms. I was holding his arms behind his back, or trying to, and he was able to pull away from it, and he was able to stand, not completely stand up, but he was able to get up on his hands and knees with me on him several times.
You've just motioned with your two hands. Tell us and describe for us what you were trying to do with your hands and Mr. Acevedo's arms.
I had each one of my hands wrapped around his arms a few different times, and I was just trying to hold his hands or his arms back so he couldn't, so I could get him on the ground.
With varying degrees of success.
Right.
Did there come a time when Mr. Acevedo stopped struggling with you?
Eventually we calmed down and were basically exhausted from struggling for so long.
You included?
Right.
And what did Mr. Acevedo do that demonstrated that he was exhausted?
He, at some point in the kitchen, he stopped struggling with me, so, or he stopped trying to stand up. So I stood up, and I got my cell phone out, and I dialed 911.
I'm going to play that call for you.
Okay.
Just want to remind everyone in the gallery, no reactions are allowed. I've seen some reactions. If I see one more, that person is leaving.
Oh. You know, nugget?
Mr. Mattioli, I am going to play Exhibit 1, which is the 911 tape. You've heard that before, yes?
Yes.
The state introduced it through Investigator Bloom earlier this week.
Right.
All right, we're going to go slowly because I want you to describe for us what was going on throughout this call.
Okay.
We are at the point now where Mr. Oswaldo has stopped struggling with you. You stood up and called 911. Is that what you said?
Right.
All right.
Can you put the system on my computer?
It's always Florida, Wisconsin, or Idaho.
Hello? Yes, 911. Hey,
Who says hello?
That was me.
And is that the 911 operator that says 911?
Right.
I need help over at my house.
What's that? Is that you?
Yes, it was.
And what do you tell the 911 operator?
I said I'm an off-duty officer and I need help at my house.
And what did you mean by that?
Just what I said. I needed help. I needed somebody to help me over there.
Help you with Mr. Oswaldo.
Correct.
Because he had just attempted to steal from you and punch Mr. Peters in the face.
That's right.
Okay, please.
Who's the manager? What is the address? Hello, what is the address? Oh yeah. Hello.
You hear, oh yeah, fuck you, do you hear that?
I do.
Who's that?
That was me.
And are you answering the 911 caller? I'm sorry, are you answering the 911 operator?
I don't think so. At that time, I lost control of my phone.
And so you believe that you no longer are in control of your phone?
Right.
And Mr. Oswaldo, was he still prone on the ground?
He was when I made the call. When I first made the call, I was standing up over him. I was watching him and I was making the phone call and he was yelling some things. And then after I said I'm an off-duty officer, I need help, that's when he tried to stand back up and I tried to get him to stay down where he was.
All right, Mr. Oswaldo was able to hear that you were calling the police, asking them for help to come and assist you.
He did, because he was right, I was right above him.
Okay, please.
Hello?
Stop it right there. What's going on right now?
Joel and I were struggling with each other in the kitchen. I was trying to get him, again, to stay down, and he was trying to get back up.
You punching him down?
No.
Ever throw a punch at him?
No, I never threw a punch at him.
Where are your hands?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of the call, but I was holding his arms behind his, or trying to hold his arms behind his back several times.
Okay. To try to force him back down on the ground, for what purpose?
I wanted to keep him there until the police showed up.
Police had now been called.
Right.
More than I
And you
did.
assume they were on their way.
Yes.
Please.
Hello? Hey. 4502 West Prison Avenue. 4502 West Prison Avenue.
All right, who is that speaking?
That was me.
And what are you telling the 911 operator?
That was my address.
For where to send help?
Right.
Please.
on there? What is going on at the location? What is going on there?
There's a man that's attacking us.
Who's that?
That was Christopher Peters.
And is Peters repeating your address to the 911 operator?
I think he did, yes.
And are you continuing to struggle with Mr. Oswaldo as he resists your attempt to keep him on the ground?
Right.
The man, police officer's house. This man is attacking us.
Okay, what's this man's name?
The man attacking us is in the Joel.
He said Joel. Is he white, black, Hispanic?
What did Mr. Peters just say to the 911 operator?
He said there was a man attacking us, and his name was Joel.
And who? So the man that he was referring to was Mr. Oswaldo?
Correct.
And he had attacked you. Mr. Peters tells the 911 operator that in real time, yes?
He did.
Is that because that's what happened?
Yes.
Play it, please.
Asian?
He's, his man. And, yeah. Michael Mann, police officer. Right here.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Michael Mann, and a police officer, the house.
Now, do you hear what appears to be heavy breathing?
Yes.
Who's that breathing?
I don't know exactly. It was either me or Joel.
Were you breathing hard?
We were both, I mean, we were struggling for quite some time, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. The man is attacking all of us. Just fucking lay off, fucker!
Anyone?
And Peters said he's attacking all of us. Is that what he said?
Yes, he did.
That was Mr. Peters who said that?
Right.
Is that because that's what was happening?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Yeah, just please come as soon as possible.
Sir, I need you to just answer the questions. Is anyone hurt?
Oh, boy. Yeah. I'm a fucking blue nose.
911 operator asked Mr. Peters, is anybody hurt?
Right.
You hear that?
I did.
And how did he answer?
Christopher said he had a bloody nose.
He said he was hurt.
Right.
Did he say that because he was hurt?
He must have.
Oh, he got punched in the face. You saw it.
Right.
He wasn't making that up, was he?
No,
Why are you growling at me? You ate the rest of them.
I did not.
Mr. Janowski, you punch him?
No.
I don't have any more. You ate them.
Do you need medical attention?
No, I don't.
Fucking lay down. I heard you, asshole. You fucking did. How many people were attacked, sir?
You want to fucking blame this on me? You don't blame this on everybody's on you.
911 operator says, how many people were attacked, sir? Did you hear that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Peters respond to that?
I don't remember what he said.
I thought I heard two. Is that because two people were attacked?
Yes, they were.
You and Mr. Peters?
Right.
Thank you. Please.
You fucking did this. Yeah, Michael, don't worry.
Two people, including you, or you and one other person, sir?
Nearly one other person.
Okay.
Yeah, murder itself.
Okay, and Joel is still there, correct?
Correct. Oh, yeah! Yes, he is.
And your name?
Yeah. I'm Chris.
Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's 4502 West Cleveland Avenue. Is this a single family house?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, we got help on the way, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, what did she say at the end of that call?
I think she said help is on the way.
Her on the way, help is on the way. Did you hear her say that?
I did.
What did you believe what was on the way?
I knew the police were on their way.
Okay. So, is that what you wanted?
Right, that's why I called.
Why? Why?
Because Joel was, I mean, I just saw him trying to steal from me, and then he started assaulting people in the house, so and he was refusing to leave, so that's why I called the police.
And you were waiting for their help?
I was.
And did Mr. Oswaldo want to leave?
No,
When given the opportunity to do so, did he leave?
no, he did not.
How many times do you think you asked him to leave your home when he refused?
About 15 times. I just kept yelling at him, yelling, "Get out of my house, get out of my house."
Initially, were you keeping him there against his will?
No,
At what point did you try to restrain him?
only after he started throwing punches.
And chaos ensued.
Right.
You
Nuggets
know
and
how
sweet
the
tea
911
were
call ended?
incredible. Lucy wants more.
Christopher had the phone, so I don't know exactly. I mean, I heard it just now. They
You
said,
didn't say hang up the phone or anything like that.
no.
And where was Mr. Janowski at this point?
I don't know the exact timeline, but at some point during the struggle, Andrew Janowski came and held down Joel's legs.
Did you ask him to do that?
No,
Did you say grab him, get him, hurt him, punch him, choke him?
no, I didn't say anything like that.
So whatever Mr. Janowski did, he did it on his own.
That's right.
And during the struggle, do you ever check to make sure Mr. Acevedo is okay?
I did.
Tell us.
Eventually, after our fight had toned down, we calmed down a little bit. I know I was exhausted. I checked, I looked down, I saw that he was breathing. I checked, I saw the rise and fall of his chest, and I thought, okay, fight should be over. I know the police will be on their way. I thought everything was good.
All right. And where were you physically in relation to Mr. Acevedo at this point?
I was on his back,
And were you on his mid-back, low back, or upper back?
upper back.
And where were your knees?
My knees were on the ground, straddling him.
Grounded on either side of Mr. Acevedo's shoulders?
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. My knees were down more towards his waist area.
But how about your legs? Were they grounded on the ground or were they on Mr. Acevedo's back?
No, my knees were on the ground.
And where were your hands and arms?
I had my hands down. My right arm was on the floor underneath his neck and chin area, and my right hand was, my right elbow was on the ground, forearm on the ground next to the left side of his head.
Were you choking him?
No,
Were you restricting the airflow to his brain while you had him held to the ground?
no,
Did you ever rear back your elbow and get it underneath his chin so that he wasn't breathing?
no, not at all.
Were you up almost over his shoulders, holding him until the police could arrive?
Yes, that's fair.
I want to show you what I'm going to mark for identification purpose as a let's go to the video, it's easier. Oh, there it is, thank you. I put on the screen the video from April 19th, 20, it's marked 12:38 and 51 seconds. Do I have that right?
I believe the date is right, but that time cannot be right.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just identifying the part of the video.
Right,
You see that?
I do,
You see yourself in this photograph?
I do,
And do you see Mr. Acevedo in this photograph?
I do,
You also see an outline of Mr. Janowski in this photograph.
I do. It's hard to see, but he is there.
And tell us where Mr. Janowski is in this.
I think right where the mouse is, that's Janowski. It's just very dark.
And you, are you aware that Mr. Janowski is there?
Yes,
On his legs?
right.
And do you see where your knees are? Are they anchored on the floor or are they on Mr. Acevedo's back?
They were on the floor.
And do you see Mr. Acevedo's left arm?
I do.
And does that appear to be out at about a 45-degree angle with his palm, or at least his left palm, down flat on the floor?
Yes, almost like a push-up position.
Right. And you appear to be hunched over the top of him. Is that what you recall?
Yes, I do.
And that's where you have told us your right arm is underneath his chin and your left arm is by his head. Is that right?
That's right.
Mr. Bagnoli, did you ever lock your right arm with your left hand around Mr. Acevedo's neck at any point during that struggle?
No, I did not.
Was your full weight, body weight, on Mr. Acevedo's back at this point?
No, because I had my knees and my elbows on the ground.
So what is on Mr. What part of you is making contact with Mr. Acevedo?
I guess it was my torso area.
Your chest is making contact with what part of Mr. Acevedo?
His upper back.
And that's what you see in that video still.
That's right.
And is that the position you remain until law enforcement arrives?
Yes.
And remaining in that position, what is your sole purpose?
Well, the whole reason I did this was to prevent him from hurting me or hurting anybody else, and just holding them there until the police could show up. And I knew they were coming because I called them.
Did they get there?
They did.
Do you remember the moment Officer Roach entered your kitchen?
I do.
You remember the first thing he said to you?
Not exactly.
If I told you what he said is, who's the officer? You remember that?
That sounds right.
And did you say, that's me?
I did.
And the next thing he said to you was, he's breathing, isn't he?
Right.
You remember that?
I do.
How did you respond?
I said, I don't know, but handcuff him.
And why would you respond that way?
Only moments earlier, we were in a real struggle, and I thought he was perfectly fine. I didn't know that he was hurt. I truly did not know that.
And had you known he was hurt or he wasn't breathing, would you have gotten off him?
Absolutely.
They rolled him over. Do you remember that?
I do.
And they checked him for a pulse, and he was not breathing.
Right.
And you were told to get off his person. Do you remember that?
I was.
And as you did, what did you do?
As I got up, I took control of Joel's hands and I put him behind his back so that the police could handcuff him.
Why did you do that?
I needed him handcuffed. I thought he was okay. I still considered him to be a threat, and that's the whole reason I called the police, was to have him arrested. So I wanted him handcuffed.
Would you agree with me there's no reason to handcuff a subject or a person, no matter how combative he's been, if he's not breathing?
Right, right.
And so in putting his hands behind his back, did we conclude that you believed he was still breathing and okay?
I did. I thought he was okay.
And then were you taken out of the house?
I was taken out of the house very quickly after that.
And where were you taken?
I was sat in the back of a squad car with an officer.
Was that Officer Bozak?
I believe that was it.
And did you have a conversation with Officer Buzak about what had just happened, why he was there?
We spoke for a few minutes.
And what did you tell him?
Objection, hearsay. Sustained.
Were you respectful to Officer Buzak?
I was.
Did you answer his questions?
I did.
And did you remain in Buzak's car for the rest of the day?
No, I was only with him for a few minutes, I think, and then I was transferred to the back of a different squad car with a sergeant.
That's Sergeant Dolkowitz.
That's right.
Dolkowitz. With a D. And what were you told by Sergeant Dolkowitz about why you were being placed in a sergeant squad car?
I don't exactly remember. They didn't tell me much. They just told me, sit here and stand by.
Now, since you had been awakened by Mr. Oswaldo and been in a struggle with Mr. Oswaldo, had you yet used the men's room?
I did not.
Did you have to use the men's room at that point?
I did. At some point with that sergeant, I did have to go to the bathroom.
And did you tell the sergeant that?
I did.
Once?
No, I had to tell him several times before he would take me.
Did you tell him you were about to have an emergency unless he got you to the men's room?
I did.
And was then he able to satisfy your request?
Yes, he took me to District 6 so I could go to the bathroom.
How far is District 6 from your residence?
About a mile or two, not far.
And you were able then to use the facilities, and then did you return to the scene or remain at District 6?
He brought me back to the scene.
And did you remain in Sergeant Dolkowitz's squad?
I did.
For an hour?
No.
For 2 hours?
No.
For 3 hours?
No.
For 4 hours?
It was about 4.5 to 5 hours, I think.
In Sergeant Dolkowitz's squad?
Right.
At the scene?
Right.
And what's going on in the scene while you remain in Sergeant Dolkowitz's squad?
There was a huge scene of police there. They had my whole street taped off. The news media was there already. The chief showed up. Everybody was there, basically.
And what did you think was going on?
I knew there was a big scene going on, but I didn't quite understand exactly why.
Did you have any appreciation at all at that point for the condition Mr. Acevedo was in?
I didn't. I thought he was okay.
Okay, when you were inside the home and you got off him and they turned him over, Officer Roach and his partner began chest compressions on him. You were there for that, weren't you?
I was.
And you understood, did you not, that chest compressions are necessary when a person's not breathing?
Yes, I understand that.
Did you process that?
I don't think I did. That moment in the kitchen, I was in complete shock and disbelief. I honestly could not believe what was happening, and I didn't believe it.
And why didn't you believe it?
Well, I know what I did. I know I wasn't choking him. I know, so I thought he would be okay. I didn't think there was any way that he could be hurt like that, and I didn't process it. It didn't make sense to me.
And as the chief is coming and going and command staff is there and nobody's talking to you and you're sitting in your squad for 4 or more hours, is anybody telling you what's happening, what's going on?
No, nobody was really telling me what was happening.
Until Investigator Dallin arrives, correct?
Right.
And does he introduce himself?
He did.
And how do you respond?
Very poorly. Very poorly.
To be sure, were you rude?
I was rude.
Vulgar?
I was.
Offensive?
I was.
Angry?
I was. Very.
And most of all, frustrated?
Yes.
Did Investigator Dallin deserve that?
No, he did not.
Well, tell us what was going on in your world at that point.
At that point, like you said, I was sitting in the back of the squad car for about 5 hours without knowing what was happening. I really truly thought that Joel was okay. And all I knew at that point was that I had just woken up in my own home from having him steal from me. He started assaulting people. I called 911.
Oh, it's on.
I held him there until the police could show up, and then I was basically immediately put in the back of a squad car.
So you didn't respond well.
Right. It made me frustrated and angry.
You heard the recording the other day. What did you feel like when you heard yourself talking to Investigator Down for those 5 minutes?
That was very embarrassing. I did not like it. That's not the type of person I try to be, and I was just very frustrated at how the police were handling the situation, and I was frustrated, mad, but yeah, it was embarrassing.
You took your frustration out on Investigator Down.
I did.
How long did you remain at the scene?
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. Maybe 5 hours, 6 hours. I'm not sure.
No, I'm sorry. How long did you remain at the scene with Investigator Down?
I don't really remember.
At some point, did he take you out and bring you downtown?
Yes, he did.
And did he bring you to this building, in fact?
He did.
Right down the hall?
Right.
To the district attorney's office?
That's right.
To give you another opportunity to explain yourself?
He did.
And did he read you your rights?
Yes, he did.
Place your hand.
Yeah.
Go see.
Right there. Where's the office? Oh,
Okay, thank you very much.
Poppendeffer is still talking about me. Why? Why? Coffindaffer, nobody with any credibility. What happened? Don't tell me that their feed cut again. Oh, okay, there we go. She's the only person I've ever cussed out on Twitter. Pelican, Pelican. Where's our good luck Pelican?
Look quiet, please.
Dang, they got the whole crew up in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 officers. $11, $12, $13.
I hope I've been on my best behavior.
14.
Both sides have it. I'm proud of you
All
all.
can bring out the best of the worst. You never know.
It's good to give me the thing up like this.
That's Miss Penelope there.
Okay.
I think that's Miss Fawns. I think.
All right, everybody needs to settle down quickly so we don't keep the jury waiting. Let's bring the defendant out. All right, let's line up the jurors.
Aladdin Kings. There's 14 officers in there, y'all.
Well, yes, they gotta be working too. I mean, they make it clean as they work. Yeah.
All rise.
I'm getting nervous.
Please be seated. record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Will the presiding juror, Ms. Kitchen, raise her hand for me?
Presiding juror,
Mr., I'm sorry. All right. Has the jury arrived at a verdict?
We have.
Is the verdict unanimous?
Yes, it is.
All right. I will proceed to read the verdict. If the defense will stand for me. In the state of Texas versus Nestor Hernandez, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand if that is your verdict. All right. Let the record reflect that the verdict is unanimous. Does either side wish to further poll the jury?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Y'all can sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends your service on this case. Having found the defendant guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment, it now falls on me to assess punishment. So I'm going to release you back into the jury room. You can talk to each other if you want, discuss your verdict with anybody of your choice, because you are no longer under my rule and I'm discharging you from your service. If you want, you can come back into the courtroom as members of the public. You can also wait in the jury room if you want to talk to either of the parties, the attorneys, okay? And I'll address you shortly. So I'm going to discharge you at this time. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, jury. You got it right. It's automatic life without parole for capital. Since they're not seeking death penalty.
Please be seated. All right, if y'all will give me a few minutes, I'd like to go in and address the jurors.
Sure. Thank you.
I mean, that was, who said between 1 to 2 hours? They're going to do the
Hey, what's the
sentencing,
deal on this motion for new trial?
and we'll hear the victim impact statements.
Thank you.
We'll do that. We'll be back to that.
I don't know about that.
We're supposed to do it like that.
How long is your trial right now?
Do you mind if I swap that mic?
It's quick.
So if they're gonna be reading, they're gonna be reading. I think that's right. I think probably the thing. Okay. Thank you.
Are you allowed to repeat that?
I can put it here, and if she says no, I'll just do it from over there.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, but we'll ask.
Okay.
If you don't mind, you can ask this.
I don't know if
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I changed. Where are you on?
Outside of there?
Oh, okay. Really? Well, you don't know how long it's going to be before they come back in.
No, sir.
Oh, right. That's what I was trying to make sure I understood that part. Yeah.
Yes, sir. They will do it.
I'm not asking her about it. Because you're speaking. You're doing it. I don't know what's asking about. No comment. No comment. No, I'm not. One is I hit my chair.
Okay, that's what she
I'm sure y'all know this. I'm sure you know he got defeated. Which over the years, I'm sure you look at it, you get more money. I mean, we always joke with him. He comes to lunch and he never orders his iced tea. He's up there like all right. It doesn't matter. Whenever the camera comes on, I'm down here and he's up there, so it's always big. As long as you get one right in too. Better than I was when I figured it. Actually, I'm supposed to go to SMU and talk about Lord Ireland. The words are so man. It's been on the schedule a long time. Yeah?
All right. This is going to be the hard part, y'all.
That was being quiet when they were making noise.
I know you're the reader.
Yeah, I told them several times. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, I have it right here. It's 5:30 somewhere. Mr. Johnson has stepped out, but he told me to tell you that if you need to go there, I can do it. Okay. Trust him with this part.
All right, let's bring the defendant out. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to need the trial court certification of the defendant's right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I'll grab that. Yeah, I've got the notice, the other notice that they had.
I hope he doesn't react when they're doing their victim impact statements. He needs to have that respect for them. Look, he's like, this dude is like, I'm ready. I'll sock it on. Wait, what'd the other guy say? He socked him in the face? What did he say?
Yeah.
I can't remember how he worded it.
Judge Methodist.
Judge Methodist.
Seriously, woke up.
I don't think that Nestor is going to get to speak. I think it's just going to be the victim impact statements.
Just like you, that's good. Figure out what to say. Just let it rumble in our head. That was thinking.
Can't coach on it?
Yes.
Trying to set the time. That's what I'm not touching the cover of this knee. Close to it. Next to that, the brother.
All right, the defense will rise for me. We're back on the record. All right, Mr. Hernandez was just found guilty of the first-degree capital murder case. And Mr. Hernandez, I'm now going to impose punishment. But before I do that, counsel, is there any legal reason why the sentence should not be imposed?
No reason to lawyer, huh?
All right. Mr. Hernandez, I'm assessing your punishment at life in prison without the possibility of parole. I'm not assessing a fine at this time. Is the judgment and decree of this court that you be taken by the sheriff and handed over to the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, where you shall serve this sentence until this sentence is discharged. The sentence starts today, okay? Now, this was not a plea bargain agreement. This was not an agreement between you and the state. This was a trial, so you do retain your right to appeal this sentence, okay? And the judgment. And I've handed you a copy of the trial court certification of your right of appeal, which explains this to you, okay? Do you understand that document? I know your attorney explained it to you and had you sign it. Do you understand your rights, your appellate rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm also going to make an affirmative finding that a deadly weapon to which a firearm was used or exhibited during the commission of this offense, even though it doesn't really make any difference to this sentence. Is there victim impact?
Commissioner, we have 5 from the Brown family, and then I have one brief written one from the school family, because nobody could be here today.
Okay. All right, that will be off the record. That concludes this hearing.
Any further reasons you want to put the question?
This is the hard part. They're doing victim impact statements after because it doesn't really matter anyway. It's automatic sentence for him. So she's looks like getting that out of the way, and now he has to listen to them. And I hope it sinks in.
Well, and both sides approach.
Yeah, for capital murder, it's either life without parole or death penalty, but they weren't seeking death penalty, so automatic life without parole.
right, so, the jury having found the defendant guilty of capital murder and the court having assessed punishment at life in prison without the possibility of parole, the family, friends, and the victims, the victim's family has the right to make victim impact statements. The public and the defendants are not to make any derogatory comments, facial expressions, or bodily movements. This is the victim's family's time to state how they feel, and we need to afford them that respect. Does everybody understand? All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. But stand there. Or can you go up to the spot?
All right, well, you all going to do it one at a time, or I thought it was in a group?
We just wanted to stand as a group, but we have individual statements.
That's fine.
Thank you.
As Annette's niece, your actions have completely shattered my heart. As a nurse, it pisses me off. Annette devoted her life to taking care of people, just like Jackie did. Everyone in healthcare does. We vow to serve others, even scum like you. After you wreaked havoc that day and stole two beautiful souls who undoubtedly were better human beings and more deserving of life than you will ever be, they still saved your life. I hope every day for the rest of your miserable life, you are haunted by their names, faces, and the legacy that you cut short. Although you don't care about any of that, you've shown no remorse for anything. What if someone had done this to your mother? Imagine having your heart ripped out of your chest. That's what you did to all of us. We had to sit here and look at pictures and watch video of you violently murdering women that you don't even deserve to breathe the same air as. I noticed that you didn't even look up during the autopsy photos. That again shows what kind of a coward you are. You act hard and like you're bad, but you're nothing but a loser who was never going to amount to anything other than a mistake that your mother made the day she birthed you. Your mother will have to live the rest of her life knowing what you did, and I hope that haunts you. It probably won't, because you obviously care nothing about anyone else other than yourself. I hope that that little boy who unfortunately has to share your DNA never grows up to know what a waste of human space you are. I pray that he lives a life full of love and happiness, a life that you would never have given him. Jackie and Annette will live on in me, our families, and every single healthcare worker that will continue to serve others in their honor. You will rot in a prison cell until hopefully you suffer a long and drawn-out painful death and face the hell that you have coming. I'll continue to live and work and serve others. I will be the best nurse that I can possibly be, and I'll continue to live a life full of happiness, love, and grace. I'll make memories with my family and my friends. You, however, will live your days in a prison cell where your short, fat self will undoubtedly be made someone else's special friend, where every day they will have their way with you. Unfortunately for them, if the photos of your toddler-sized shoes have anything to say with it, they will be disappointed. Rot in hell.
Sorry. Amazing. You want to go first?
What's your step?
Yeah.
As my mother, I loved taking care of other people, so I professionally raised babies for 12 years. I appreciate your concern. Okay. Firstly, I would like to everyone notice that this jacket is no longer just a jacket. This jacket is the loudest respect I was allowed to show my mama and Jackie Pokuaa. This jacket was worn by my mama for too many years, doing the very thing that cost her her life, her job. This jacket somehow, some way, just so happened to be the very color that Jackie wore doing the same exact thing, her job. I lost my mama because she cared more about your son than you did. You don't care about any of this, like my girl said. If you did, we wouldn't be here in the first place. All of this show here is for them. My mother, Annette Flowers, Jackie Pokuaa, every healthcare professional across the globe. They do not deserve, nor should they ever have to worry about their safety going into work every day. They're the last community that should have that. My mom, above all else, by choice, was just that, a mom. She was a superwoman to say the least. Single mom that raised 4 kids on her own, working full time, always making sure we felt loved and supported. And I'm beyond blessed that I was raised by a woman who was able to be an adult, show up for her children, her friends, her coworkers, her patients, and anyone within earshot that needed her or just to borrow a little bit of her power.
You got it. You got it.
There's nothing I can say to you. It doesn't matter. You're never going to care. But we all show today who she was and have this entire week by the strength that we have had to show and put on ourselves. All for what? You couldn't control yourself for 1 hour, 2 hours, however long you were allowed to be in that hospital. You couldn't walk away. We had to sit there and watch you cry for your mommy after we sat here and watched over and over again how you made sure we will never be able to do that again. I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Annette's oldest granddaughter. I was 14 when you murdered her. 14 years old. I had to endure the trauma of her being murdered. A middle schooler listening to the detectives describe how you killed her. And now I'm 15, having to relive it again this week. I haven't gone a night without thinking about her. I break down randomly in school, and I have to leave class to collect myself. I cry myself to sleep most nights, wondering how someone could do something so cruel, and you don't even care. How is it possible to be so selfish that you take someone's life? The first few months after the murder were unreal. I would leave my house and everything would be a blur. I would be in class 1 minute and sobbing in the counselor's office the next. I couldn't handle the fact that she was gone. We had to go to her house the day it happened to meet with the detectives, and I couldn't even look at her room. Her covers lying on the bed that she was laying peacefully in not even 12 hours ago. She was one of the most important people in my life. I was with her in Austin a week before she died. She was supposed to be here for so many parts of my life, as your son should be in yours. She never got to see me make high school cheer, and I wouldn't have done it without her. She was the person I needed to thank the most. She went to every volleyball game that she could be at. She was always there cheering me on. She doesn't know that I made the high school team, and she didn't get to see my tears of joy when I found out. She always told me to follow my dreams, and when I told her I wanted to be a lawyer, she was so happy. She always told me about the strength that I'll have to have and the work and the hours that I'll have to put in. She didn't get to see me walk the stage when I was inducted into the college program at my high school where I'm studying criminal justice. She doesn't get to see me graduate high school, and she didn't even get to see my little sister graduate kindergarten. Anytime I think of any of my accomplishments, I'm in tears. Not tears of joy, but tears of sorrow, because she didn't get to see any of them. I miss her more than words can describe, and the fact that she died so traumatically messed me up in a way that I don't know if I can recover from. My perception of the world is completely shattered. I'm always on edge, scared something's going to happen to me. I miss the girl I was before. I was just a normal teenage girl who wasn't worried about someone coming to a place where I should be completely safe, taking my life. And it makes me sick that you can come up here and give your testimony with absolutely no remorse in your voice. The only thing that you were worried about was the fact that she cheated on you. I had nothing else to say.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Annette's oldest daughter. I cannot even begin to express the feelings I'm having today. And sitting here, having to relive this nightmare of losing my mom. Not only losing my mom, but hearing the awful details of her tragic death. But I'm going to try my best for my mother. If you knew my mom, you would know she was an angel on earth. She lived for her kids, she lived for her grandkids, and she lived for her patients. You know, the ones that she was caring for the day her life was tragically taken by someone who doesn't even deserve to be breathing the same air as the families in this room. It takes a special person to be a nurse, patient and kind, generous with their time. When we were younger, my mom had 4 kids at home that she was raising alone. She never once complained about how long and many hours she spent at the hospital away from her kids. Her heart was entirely into her career, which showed daily with every mommy and baby she cared for. She also valued the time she spent outside her long hours at the hospital. Being a single mother is not for the weak, especially with the 4 of us. Some years we would have to get up at 2 a.m. on Christmas mornings to open gifts before she had to be at a 12-hour Christmas Day shift at the hospital, pretty much every other year. She had a heart of gold. She was such a selfless person. Here I am before all of you, a mother myself, having to speak about the vicious murder of mine. It feels unreal. At 38, I still need my mother. She was my only parent. I still want to call her every day and ask her questions about cooking or weird health symptoms that my kids or I might be having, questions about my childhood. But I can't. All the while, this monster was shouting out, "Call my mom," while he was being taken into custody. Lucky for him, he can still do that. Unfortunately for me, my sisters, my brother, my kids, we can't ever again. My 15-year-old daughter just spoke and gave her statement, but my youngest was only 5 years old when you took her Grammy from her. Luckily, we have more than enough good memories that we'll be able to keep alive in her going forward, so she can feel the immense amount of love her Grammy had for her. But still, her own earliest memories of her Grammy will always and only be the horrific story and trauma of her Grammy's death, by the hands of someone who should have never had the chance to even set foot in the hospital at all, much less have access to a gun in a hospital on what should be the safest department of the entire hospital. I want to thank everyone here and those who couldn't be here for the outpouring love and support you've given my family and me at this time. I also want to take this moment to grieve with Jacqueline Pokuaa's loved ones and offer my sincere condolences to them. The death of our loved ones, these hospital workers, was not in vain. They left an impact on this world, and they will continue to leave a mark on all through the patients they served and cared for, and through the improved safety of nurses around the world.
Thank you. Stacy, do you have a box of Kleenex there? Kleenex?
Thank you. Thank you. I am Annette Flowers' youngest daughter. I have been in an utter loss of words while trying to describe the way what you did affected me. It has affected every single aspect of my life. I'm also only 30 years old, the exact same age you were when you took her. And now just entering the real years of adulthood, looking at buying a house, starting a new career, and finding the person I want to spend my life with. You took the one person I'm supposed to be able to go to for all my life questions, my mom. While I hope your mom never speaks to you again, and in fact, it appears she is not here to support you now, I don't even get that option anymore. There are still times to this day that I will need my mom and I'll go to text her or call her, and the reality hits me all over again. I don't get to share any more special moments with my mom because of you. I didn't get to introduce her to the wonderful man that treats me exactly how she always hoped someone would, someone who's an actual man. I didn't get to take her on the trips I planned and make more everlasting memories with my mom. She doesn't get to see me build a life for myself, and she won't get to walk me down the aisle at my wedding. I've never felt so alone on this earth than the day that you murdered her, and every day since. A part of me died with her that day. I don't understand why anyone would bring a gun into a hospital surrounded by the most vulnerable people on earth, where new mothers are learning how to take care of their brand new life that they created with your own child. You don't bring a gun into a hospital unless you have the intention of doing what you did. You didn't bring pepper spray, a taser, or anything else that is for self-defense without costing someone their life. You brought a weapon that does nothing but take someone's life. I'm now terrified anytime I see a gun in public. I grew up running the halls of Mesquite Community Hospital, and now I'm scared of hospitals. I recently had a serious heart event due to the stress of what you did, but I was too scared to even go to a hospital. It took me hours to finally make it to an urgent care, and you did that to me. I just can't comprehend what kind of monster you have to be to not only abuse the mother of your own child, but then take the lives of two mothers from their children all within 1 hour. The absolute disregard for anyone besides yourself is disgusting, and as George already said, you are a coward. She was the only parent I had, and now I have none because of you, and you deserve far more, but you deserve nothing than life, less than life in prison.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to thank everyone in the courtroom, the members of the... Oh, you still have Mr. Pokuaa? All right, very well. Okay, y'all can sit down.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna talk over you.
Go ahead, that's fine.
I was just gonna say there's nobody that could be here today because they're out of town, but I was emailed one by her brother, Michael Oduro, so if I can read that.
Yes, go ahead.
On the 22nd of October 2022, Jacqueline had left home to the Methodist hospital to do her job, a job she loved because of her gentle and kind heart. Serving people along her profession, social work was her passion, and she did this every day with love for those she had the opportunity to serve. On the 22nd of October, she couldn't go home to her son Nigel, and Nigel and Jacqueline's family will never see her again because she had been shot and killed by Nestor Hernandez, a man she had never seen before. The senseless and cruel killing of Jacqueline only demonstrates thorough disregard for human life by the man Nestor Hernandez. Without a thought or care in the world, he killed Nigel's mom, our sister, our auntie, and a wonderful person. Throughout the trial, and particularly as he testified, we struggled to find some remorse from this man, some regret, and perhaps some sorrow, even if it was in hindsight. But we found none. All we saw was a heartless man who feels no remorse for the pain he has caused, whose only interest was to create a scenario that this senseless killing was out of some confusion and frustration he experienced at that time. This man, Nestor Hernandez, is a man who just wants to get off the hook. Our pain is deep, and we cannot grieve sufficiently for Jacqueline's death. We think of Nigel, her son, 13 years old, and we pray to God that in his goodness and mercy, he himself will be Nigel's guide. We crave for justice for Jacqueline's murder. We seek justice for the senseless killing, punishment that fits the crime, so help us God.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone who's in the courtroom, members of the public, the victims' families, Thank you very much for remaining calm throughout the proceedings. It's been a difficult week, and I hope somehow that you can get closure from this tragedy. But thank you for your grace, and I wish you all well. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
I am glad that the families, the ones who were there got to speak their piece, because they deserve to tell him whatever they want to tell him. They deserve that. But it is incredibly hard to watch. That's the part about this that's so difficult, especially when you have somebody like him who shows no remorse, doesn't seem to care at all. It's awful. I have told y'all before, y'all know about my history, my medical history. I basically lived in a hospital for 6 months, and I would see the doctors and stuff, but it was the nurse or nurses who make or break everything. If I had a crappy nurse, which most of them were fantastic, I only had 2 bad ones the entire time. And then all I had to do was say something to my charge nurse, and I never had to see them again. But the nurses would make or break everything, because they're the ones who you're talking to and you're seeing, and they're the ones that are checking on you, and they're the ones that are, in the trenches with you, taking care of you. And I had some of the best, most incredible nurses. And even on surgery days, you can't have any food or drink or anything. And of course, I would always be the most thirsty in the whole entire world on surgery days, of course. So I had this one nurse who every time I would come out of one of my surgeries, and she was there, she would have one of those big styrofoam cups, and she would go downstairs to get the big ones, full of ice water, and she would write on the side of it, a nice note or something, just on the side of the styrofoam cup. Sounds like the smallest thing, but I remember that stands out to me, so much. Things like that. I just, nurses and, the social workers, the social workers, they just do so much. And it's so sad that, they have these careers where they're going to help people, and then something like this happens. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. So, I appreciate y'all watching this with us. I just saw too the motion to interview the jurors in the Charlie Adelson trial is denied. Not surprised. There's not really sufficient reason to bug them. They did their job. So that's denied. They did the, for those of you asking, they did the sentencing before the victim impact statement. So it was automatic life without parole. So he is on the way to his forever home. Good riddance. Good riddance. It's 4 o'clock now. What time does the post office close? Maybe I can actually make it there in time. We're going to call it a day. Tomorrow, since y'all voted, the hit and run trial, the wife hit and run trial, is what y'all voted on. So we are going to start that one. The good thing about it is, we are going to be able to play catch up on that one too. They're not having court tomorrow, and we'll be able to do the same thing we did with this one, like where we, can do like 1.25 for a lot of it. We can skip through the breaks. We can do all of that stuff. So we'll get to, we'll watch some of that one tomorrow. I'm thinking let's start we'll do 9 o'clock again. 9 o'clock seems to work. Everybody's kind of used to that. It's kind of like our normal schedule. We'll do 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock Eastern, and then we'll make it through as much of it as we can tomorrow. And then Monday, we'll just keep playing catch up. Sound good? Sounds good. It is Friday Eve. Tomorrow is Friday. And then we have a weekend. And we got a whole trial and justice today. We got 2 verdicts this week that we were waiting on. We got Charlie Adelson and this dude. So, thank y'all so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I am very, very thankful for y'all. I really am. I appreciate y'all being here. I know that there are so many different places you can be on the internets, and I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with me during the day, hanging out with our chat, our mods. Yeah, Chris, I live here now. Yes, you do. You live here. This is where you live. But I really do. I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate our mods so much. Thank you so much for all of y'all, and all that you do. Y'all are the best. Tomorrow, I am going to, I'll get the stream set up in just a minute. As soon as we finish here, I'll get the stream set up for tomorrow. I haven't made a graphic or anything for it yet because y'all just now voted on which one we're going to do. So I haven't made any of it yet, but I'll get it set up as soon as we're done here. So that way you can go in and hit notify me or whatever. If you want to, that way you can make sure that you get your notification when we go live tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be one of those you're going to want to not miss any of it because, yeah, we're going to do hit and run tomorrow. That's the one that was voted on in the thing, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to catch up on that one. But we'll do that one starting at 9 in the morning. But I'll make the graphic for it in just a minute, or make the stream for it in just a minute, so y'all can go hit notify me. Again, thank you so much for all of you coming and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I am looking forward to tomorrow. We're going to do another speed. It's like speed dating, but speed trialing, like y'all said earlier. It's going to be fantastic. And I actually really like being able to just pew, 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 pew. think about how much more we get to see so quickly. It works out great. So it's perfect. All right, y'all. I appreciate you so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. I love y'all. Thank you so much.